Hello, this is Dimitri from UGears.us, Ukidz LLC, aka Ukidz Toys. Today we're gonna do another build. It's one of the slightly older models. It was released earlier this year, still 2018 though. I just never had a chance to get to it yet. It's a Roadster VM 01. Normal assembly time. UGears specify to be about 6-7 hours or so. So we'll see how long it's gonna take. So it is available most of the time on our website, www.ugears.us. And let's proceed with the build. I'm not gonna take too much of your time introducing myself, as based on the previous videos, you already should know who I am and what we do. So opening the box, we do have a little piece of sandpaper on there. It is useful for the assembly, although I prefer to use a little set of filers that I got. I think it was Harbor Freight, $3 or $4 maybe. Nice and good set, about 16 of them, different sizes, different shapes, so will fit anywhere you need them to fit. There is a piece of candle wax in here, which is also useful, so you can either use that, or I still have my old wax from tea candle, so I prefer this one a lot of times, especially for the gears. It's easier to dip them in, and as you can see, I have a little toothpick here to also to apply wax when needed into the in between the teeth if I can't dip it deep enough. Also, we have a set of rubber bands here. Not sure how many total. Actually, quite a few rubber bands. Set of toothpicks, and that's it. The only thing, one more thing that I would recommend to use with the assembly is X-Acto knife, scalpel, any sharp knife. It helps to, like, if you need to cut a toothpick, or also when you need to cut a piece out of the board. Now, for smaller pieces, and it is recommended, highly recommended, because a lot of times, or not only small pieces but also delicate pieces, it's easier just to pre-cut it and push it out rather than trying to push it with your hands, as you may break it. So, and anyway, let's go ahead and proceed with opening. I'm gonna put that box on the side right now, and let's see, we got a manual in here. And so everything is nicely wrapped in plastic, vacuum sealed, to make sure that the humidity doesn't affect much. So let's see, we got 6 boards here with a little tiny one, additional smaller parts, and also it's a much thinner board than the other ones, and obviously the set of instructions. So let's go cover through the instructions. Here's a little introduction about the model, and then obviously you can contact for the replacement parts. I believe it's within here, so you can contact myugears@gmail.com. That email is gonna go directly to the manufacturer in Ukraine, and they can ship you the parts if they break during the assembly. Normally takes about 3 to 4 weeks for shipment. The other option is, if you have purchased the model from me or one of my affiliates, I can provide the parts directly to you from US warehouse. We're located in Illinois, Chicagoland area, and the way to find that out, on the plastic wrapper, sometimes it's on a box, but lately they start putting it on a plastic wrapper. There's a sticker with my information on it, so if you see the sticker with Ukidz LLC UGears US, that means it is from my affiliate. If you see somebody else's, there will be a small shipping charge. I can still ship it from US warehouse, but I will have to charge for shipping. It's $3.50 at this time. So in either case, so let's proceed with the assembly. So obviously some warnings, not to light a candle. We don't need a melted wax, and then when you push the toothpicks in, don't use your finger to push it in because you will hurt yourself. When you see this sign, make sure to use the wax exclamation point. Pay attention to the assembly. There is some very specific instruction there. Little fan with the arrows, that means the assembly should rotate at that point of time when you try it, and freely rotate. And then here they need to make sure that the mechanism works. And so very simple. If you see that with a crossed out, that means do not push it in completely until further into the assembly. It'll tell you when to squeeze it in. This is sign for symmetry, so when you do assemble like an axle or something like that, you need to make sure that it's symmetrical. This one is to use sandpaper or file, precision file in my case, and obviously this is where to cut the toothpicks. There is a tool in here with a little measurement tool. That's a new one. Haven't seen one with the little ruler on there. And that one, let's see, probably, I'm assuming gonna be on a board, on the last board or first board. So we need to find it on the assembly or on the boards. So anyway, there is a helper tool to push the smaller components out, and also it's on board number 3. Right here in the top left corner. So there's some sizing tools and the length. It's right here. So toothpicks, they're included. Rubber bands, they're included. You need to pre-make some or make during the assembly. There is a 10 millimeter, or actually I want to say 14 millimeter, 13.5 millimeter one, and then there is a 23.5 millimeter one. This is to scale, so when you make it, you can actually put it on here and see what it is. The way you make the rubber band to the length, you kind of wrap it around and loop it around and push the other end through the loop, and then you can tie it up, the nut. So you're looking for a specific length, try to get the nut to the length, and then you tie it. So as you can see, I'm about right length. Here we go, and then pull both ends until the knot is tight. So I'm about the right length. That's what I'm looking for. I don't think you'll be able to get exactly 13.5 millimeters out of it. Also, you can use the little measurement tool, and you cut one of the ends off. Here's your smaller rubber band. I had quite a few questions how to make those. Here's an example. So first couple minutes or first 5 minutes of my video showing you how to make that little loop. Alright, let's go and start with the assembly, and we're on page 4. I'm gonna put make myself room. All the tools that I need to use, at least to start with. Put them on the side here, and then you probably don't need to see the manual much. I'm gonna leave it here. It's probably partially visible within the screen. So, well, let's go. Step 1, obviously sheet number 4, or page number 4, sheet number 1. So we need parts number 1 and 2. And let's see, they're located somewhere on this board. So part number 2 is right here, and part number 1, one more recommendation. So you have a front face and a back face. This is a front face where it's nice and clean lines. This is the back face where the line's a little thicker, so you want to push from the front towards the back. oh, I'm sorry, I apologize, from back towards the front, in order to avoid peeling fibers from the part and reduce the chance of breaking or damaging the part. If you do it the other way, some of the fibers might stay on the part rather than staying on the board that you're not using, and that will prevent it from clean, smooth assembly. And now it's we need to put number 2 onto number 1, and one of the recommendation is to use a little bit of wax on it. That way it's easier to push it through. And see how much smoother it went onto the assembly. Now we need to put a little bit of a wax also. I'm going to use both in conjunction, so you need to put a little bit of a wax on that number 2. That's step number 1. And you just kind of wipe it on. The next one is we need part number 5, which is right here in the center. So as I can feel it now, it is a little hard to push these parts out, at least on my board, and try to keep them kind of on the board because you don't want to lose track which part is which. And then remember, as I was saying, from back to front, and here I have to do, because it's internal piece, from front to back. That way, as you can see, the fibers are peeled from the piece that I'm pushing out, and they're kind of staying on, so I don't damage the actual physical part. Alright, and then we put that, alright, we need to make sure the orientation is the same as in a booklet, and then we push that little sub-assembly into the square hole that we have in part number 5, the only square hole. Next step is actually a little rubber band that I just created a few minutes ago, and then we need part number 6, which is also on the same board. It's in the top right corner here. And another suggestion is to, if you press it out with your fingers, to make sure to press it where the connection points are at. So that will actually make it easier to push it out without snapping the part in half. Because if you just try it randomly in different location, you might damage the part. Alright, and then this one is inserted with the round cut out to the left, as I'm holding the parts, and then with a straight cut out without holes, going straight. And now both of these are wrapped, the rubber band is wrapped onto this little one little hook. Let's see. So I'll hold one end of the rubber band with squeeze it in between two of my fingers. It's not as easy as it looks on the picture, but here's one end, and then you need to separate, and here's the other end. Just like this, it's on there. Now we need 2 toothpicks cut in half. Or approximately in half. And then parts number 3 and 4, they're in the top right corner here. That's part number 3, and then 4 is right here. And And once again, internal piece, you push it out the other direction. And then I would probably, not probably, but I would clean up pieces here, openings, because there is some wood that stayed in there. Alright, and then with the toothpick going through the holes. Through number 3. And right away I break the first toothpick. And now I need a tool to push it out. You can use a paper clip for that purpose. If you break a toothpick and you can't push it out, I usually use a paper clip to push it through. Alright, and then let's see. It's actually, we need to face it this direction, and number 4 has to go onto the other side. So I already started off from the wrong foot. I'm gonna pull the toothpick out and reinsert them from the other side. So make sure you match the direction, and it's there's a little warning sign here, as we were talking about on the page, opening pages. Now we can safely push it all the way through. And put number 4 right on top of it. So make sure that when you put it on, that it looks the way that it's shown on the picture, so the teeth are facing the direction that is specified on there. Just like this. So nice and clean. And then we need to cut off these toothpicks. So what I do, I just pre-cut it and then snap it off. So, or if you apply enough pressure, it should cut it off completely. Careful with your fingers not to damage them. And then this goes right, so the teeth are facing clockwise, and then we put it into the hole here, pushing that one on the side a little bit, the sub-assembly that we just did, and it's locking into the teeth. That's the exclamation point right here. We actually, it is recommended to put a little bit of wax onto the internal piece because it's going to be rotating. So just let's apply a little bit of a wax here on a circular one, and then put it back in. And then it covers up with the number 7, which is right here. And number 8. Number 8 piece would be on this little board, which was in inside the number 5. Here you can use that tool to push it out, or just use my fingers. So that, let's see, we need to make sure that everything's facing the same direction as on the picture. So we got the board. I would clean up inside there, because now we know that there's going to be stuff inside rotating. Number 8 goes into this little rectangle. If you look at, put the part the correct direction, it's going to be the furthest away from you. So, and make sure the hole is facing in the long side. And then we put it here. Kind of like this. I would also probably actually pull it aside a little bit. I would recommend to put a little bit of a wax onto this gear, onto the surface, and actually maybe like on this surface too, around the hole. This will make it a little smoother. We'll see if that's gonna help me much. Alright, and put these back together. Now we're on page number 5. Put this one aside. Here we need parts number from board number 2, parts number 10, 2 9s, and 11. So 10 is top right corner here. Once again, this is a long and probably fragile piece. I will use my X-Acto knife, so I just find a connection point, apply a little bit of a pressure there, and then kind of snaps the part off a little bit. And after I do that, the part is just easily removed from the board. Easier, much easier. So it's my 198 fell out. Now we need 9, which is on the same board, and 11. 11's right here. And then 9, 2 9s. They're on the bottom right corner here. All right. So number 11, they go 2 9s in the outside rectangles, 1 and 2, and then it goes into long piece number 10. If you face it with this little letter H, I guess, towards yourself, it goes from the right side into rectangular holes here in the bottom. Make sure it's all the way in. Now we need piece number 12, which is in the top right position here too, where number 10 was. And then piece number 2, which is on the board number 1, top right, or actually they are all over the place, so whichever one you decide to use. And then we do need to sand and wax number 12. So this long tab, there's a connection point on there, so mainly because of that. And then you put a little bit of wax on both sides to make sure that number 2, or it's squeezed in. So you go from the long piece number 10, with this being vertical, you go through the hole, line it up with the other hole, and let's see, push it all the way in. As far as it can go, all the way to the ends. There we go. And then put number 2 with the little cutouts in a horizontal direction right at the end, and push it all the way in. Now also we need part number 13. This is this side right here, and part number 13 is on the bottom right of board number 2. A little bit of a wax in between here, which in this case is going to be hard with the provided wax, so I used my candle, tea light candle, or tea candle, and put a little bit of a wax in between here and on the parts here. It'll just make it easier to put it snap together. Make sure you don't break it. So now we're holding with this piece away, number 13 with the longer part up, and insert it from the right hand side, and then snap it all the way in as far as it can go. Now we need one of the toothpicks cut in half, I'll reuse the pieces that we've already used. So you push it in until it clears the edge here. This one's a little sharp. So until it clears the end, and then once it clears the end, you use the knife to pre-cut it and snap it off, cleared of the other end. So you don't want them to stick out. That's step number 3, and then step number 4 here partially, so I'm jumping a little bit ahead. So now the toothpicks are cleared. I'm gonna clean it up a little bit. I'm trying not to apply any pressure over here on this side because I don't want to snap it in half with this long piece, and that might be a little delicate and fragile. So the next one is part number 14, which is also on board number 2, top right corner here. And then this one we insert onto this little number 12. They do recommend a little bit of a wax. Once again, I'm going to use candle wax with the toothpick because it's easier to apply in the smaller cavities. I actually ordered myself a dry lubricant. We'll see how it's gonna work, and I'm gonna report back to you guys as a graphite lubricant. So we'll see, specifically designed for wood. So right on this piece, we insert it through here, and then we need to rotate it. That's the reason for the wax, to make it parallel. So now it has to be, so the longer piece is going to be facing forward, I guess, and then going back and forth. Now we need to sand this long piece right here on part number 10. So there's a couple connection points, and just go back and forth on that on both sides. And then I would probably sand this everywhere where it shows to apply a little bit of a wax. And here's some connection points on here too, so I'm gonna remove that too. And then I'll apply the wax on that long top portion here, face here, and face here. And now that gets inserted into the 3 little holes here, or actually two of those out of 3. So the center piece goes right in the center, then the piece on the left goes on the part to the left. Here we go, and now it should move back and forth pretty easy. And we're done with page number 5. Moving on to page number 6, we need to cut a toothpick to the specific length. I don't have any more of the used one that might fit that profile, so I'm just going to use a toothpick, new one, cut it in half, and then use the measuring tool. We need the longest one, so just put it against the back of the, and cut that piece so you have the specific length that we're looking for. Now we're back on board number 1, piece number 15, which is top left corner here. And then we insert the way I just pulled out with a little hook to the left. We insert the toothpick from that side as far as it can go to the edge. And then we need parts number 17 on the same board, which we pulled out earlier, was next to 5. Then we need part number 2, which is also on the same board in the top here. Just gonna pull that whole block out to get the last piece out. And then we need number 16, which is right next to it, or close to it right here. So I'm gonna pull that board out from the front towards the back because it's located on a piece that we're gonna use. And then I'm gonna pre-cut that one because it is small and fragile. So I see the 2 connection points on here. So I'm just gonna snap them off. And as I do, it just easier comes out. You can use the tool to push it out. So let's see, we need a little bit of a wax on part number 2. I guess all around. And then 16 goes through 2. Make sure this hole is parallel to these little cutouts. So the cutouts will be on the same side as the hole on number 16. And then push that one all the way through. All the way to the edge. Then it goes through the number. I'm gonna put a little bit of a wax on the surface here and on a toothpick, I guess. That goes onto number 15 through the hole, big hole here. And then the number 17, if you face with a cutout down, it goes into rectangular, the only rectangular opening from the left. And your toothpick should go into this slide right here. Sure everything lines up, push it all the way in so that we'll move only until the toothpick stops. And then we need another toothpick that goes through this hole right here that just came out on number 16. So we push it in. And I'm gonna push from one end, so just holding the parts together. So we need to leave a little bit here so it doesn't pull out. That's the whole purpose of the toothpick. And then there's no breakable parts on the other side. I'm just gonna cut it off on the other, and so it holds that part together. Now you just double check to make sure that part moves. That's step number 4. And then step number 5, we go on to another assembly, part number 19, top right here. Also smaller part, so I'm gonna pre-cut it, 2 spots. Use my X-Acto knife. Then the tool just to push it out. See how easy it came out. Then we need number 18, which is in top left here. Another number 2, and then part number 20. So part number 20 is also looks fragile to me, delicate. So I'm gonna use my X-Acto knife to pre-cut. Cut out the connections to make sure I don't break it. There you go. And then search for number 2. Nothing left on this board. Should be on board number 2. Let's see. Come back where they point us to it. They don't. I don't see one on board number 2, but there's one on board number 4. There's a bunch of them right here. So I'm just gonna push one out. And let's see, we need number 19. Going through 18 with the little cutout hook away from you through the square hole from the left. I would put a little bit of a wax on number 19 on the ends. It'll make it much easier to push through. All the way to the end. Then it goes through number 20. Let's see, with the little cutout, little hook here to facing you. pushing it through number 20, and then lock it up with number 2 with the little cutouts parallel to the little triangle sticking out piece, kind of like a nose looking thing. And then we need one toothpick cut in half and insert it through 2 holes on the assembly from whichever end you want it to. I'm not gonna push it all the way in or all the way through, as we need to cut them out on both ends. So I'm just gonna cut it off. I pushed it as far as I could. Make sure they're flush with the surface as you're cutting them off, and you're not cutting anything else off. It's decent leverage here, so it should work. Make sure your fingers are not cut during that operation, as cutting them with the X-Acto knife is pretty painful. Done that before. Hurts for a few days. Alright, so we're done with step number 6, and now we need, well, and partially number 7, and now we need a little bit of a wax on this corner here, and then wax on this side of the arm. That's step number 7. Moving on to page number 6. And that sub-assembly that we just created, it goes right at the edge here with the that nose facing towards the large assembly here, and to number 2. Actually facing up, I apologize. Just like this. And then the other sub-assembly that we just made from the page before, that goes into the slot onto number 7. So they kind of interlock like this. Alright, that's step number 2. Now we need another rubber band, and we need about 17 millimeters on it, so I'm going to use the one that I already cut. Once again, you just loop it around and create a nut. Kind of hard with the small lure rubber bands, but still doable. So this is supposed to be to scale. Double check. Yes, it is, and then double check. Yes, it is. I'd say about to scale as much as you need it to be. So let's see, a little bit too large. Move one off. Looks about right. Tie it up. Cut off the excess. So I just saved an extra rubber band, I guess, and then that rubber band goes onto that's step number 4. It goes into the 2 hooks. One right here, and the other one's, once we move it down, I'll put it on the hook first, and then put the assembly back in place. Here you go, and then the assembly in place here. 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 And then the assembly in does it show crisscrossed? I guess it is recommended to do crisscross, which they don't say, but let's remove it, cross it over, just like this. And we're done with step number 5. Actually done with page number 7 altogether. Moving on to page number 8. And I'm gonna put that subassembly to the side. We need step number 1, board number 1, piece number 21 on the bottom here. And 22s, they're in the bottom right here too, next to 26. So I'm just gonna remove that little block from the part to make sure I don't break. So we need both of those, and that's where the tool might come handy. So the connection points is right in the center. So that's where you want to press to push those out. And then those go when you have the boards like this. Make sure that hole is away from you. Center hole, the little rectangular hole that is right now parallel to the brown hole facing away from you, and you insert the number 22 pieces into the center hole right here, the 3 holes. And then second one from the bottom where there is a pair of them. So on this one, make sure it is facing in the long way, in the long direction. So your cutoffs, like those little slots, are in a horizontal. And then the other piece, the slots are in vertical position. So the second hole. Push it in as far as it can go. And both of those. And then we need two toothpicks. We have some pieces here, so we need size number 3. Two of them. Two, and then we need part number 24, which is on that little tiny board. So the part number 24, and we need 2 of them, both of them. So push it out. Once again, that board is a little more fragile than the other ones. It's thinner. So we get both ports here. And then we need part number 23, which is on board number 2. Top center here. The 23s are marked with number 9, Roman numeral 9. All right. Make sure the connection points are intact. And then as these are the gears, although it doesn't say, I would apply a wax to it. It is a good idea when you see a gear to do a little bit of a wax application and actually spend your time, because they are going to be moving against or interacting with one another, and that interaction will create friction. So if you put a candle wax on there, that friction is going to be reduced, so your operation is going to be smoother. Probably my guess would be that there is a instruction further down. Alright, on step number 3, not too far down, just easier to apply it while they're still not assembled. So step number 3 calls for us to apply wax, which I'm doing right now. So anyway, we're taking the two 24s, the little pre-cut toothpick that we just created goes through the 24, and then it goes through the gear, and then you need to make sure that the toothpick is centered symmetrically into that assembly. So as symmetrical as you can get it. And then I have my Roman numeral facing outward so I can see it. That's about right. Symmetrical, and this is maybe a little bit more, just like this. And then these two gears go into the holes in between the little tabs that we just made. So one and the other. I guess I don't need those numerals. Just like this, and then that gets covered with number 25, which is located on board number 2, right in the center here. And then there's a little dash here, little slot, that one facing towards the center of the board. Put it on to this little 2 tabs and make sure the toothpick slide into the holes here, and I'd say you probably need to go as far as you can go to the tabs, and then make sure the gears are spinning. So here's the step number 5. It shows you they're supposed to be free moving, and that's what it is that I have right now. Now flip that board over and make that sub-assembly away from you. We need 2 number 26, which are on the same little board where the 22s were. And then they are inserted with the slots in the long direction into the opening here. And then the second one on the same length. They're on the same axis, I should say, center axis of the hole. And then number 28, 2 2s, and 27. So 28 is located on board number 1, right at the center here. Number 27 would be on board number 2, right in the middle, or a little bit to the right of the center line, and up. And then number 2's, bunch of them here, I guess I missed it last time, a little below the center. Alright, and then we go from the bottom, which doesn't matter. I guess I would send it down a little bit on for number 28, the connection points especially. Put a little bit wax on there just to get the parts going on there easier. Then part number 2, where there is no, on a flat surface, with the cutout same side as the hole. Number 2, number 27. And then another number 2. I would sand down a little bit number 27 and apply wax to all 3 cylinders there. Alright, and then that goes into the opening, little smaller round hole, besides these for the toothpicks, smallest round hole on that little sub-assembly. Now we need number 29, which is on board number 2, top, very top. It has 2 dashes on there, or Roman numeral 2, and then we need a toothpick, half of it. Going from the back with there is a number 1 on the measuring tool, so you push it with that. That's how deep it needs to go, so sticking out a little bit to the back of number 1. And that goes, we need to put a little bit of wax on the gear. Actually going to use the stick that was provided. I guess when you cut into it, it's also easy to apply. Alright, and then that goes into the one of the holes here. We applied the wax onto the little sub-assembly here. Moving on to page number 9. And now we need the rubber band length 23.5 millimeters. So loop it around. Get it measured about the size that you need. Not exact science, so as close as possible as you can get to it. Cut off the excess, and then we need part number 30 located on board number 1. Right here, bottom. Pull out the block from the back to make sure you don't snap number 76, and then part number 30. And we attach that piece through 2 holes, kind of like this, to make sure that nut is somewhere in the middle, so closer to the nut. So with the longer cutout facing top, same as it's shown on the pictures there. There you go. Push it through the 2 holes, just like this. And now we need number 31, which is on board number 2. It's a long piece here. I'll use the X-Acto knife to get it out. number 2. Two of them. I'll put the numbers 2 out completely. Number 32, which is going to be also on board number 2. Right here. Alright, and the way it goes, 31. Send the length a little bit. Put a little bit of wax on both ends, on both sides. Slide number 2 with the slots parallel or on the same side as the hole, all the way in. Then 32 with that little I'm not sure how to call it, so nose part or triangle part towards yourself and the hole facing you, so it's on the same side as the hole. Then little number 30 that we just created with the rubber band facing to the left. And then number 2, lock it up, same orientation with the holes in the same side as the cutoff, little cutouts on there. And then we need part number 33 on board number 1. That one doesn't come out too easy, so I'm gonna use X-Acto knife to pre-cut. Find all the little cutout connection points just to make sure I don't snap the part. Centerpiece, push it out from front so you see the fiber stuck on the actual part rather than on the piece that I'm pushing out. I'll do a little bit of cleanup on the inside of that circle. And then we need number 8. We had one of those pulled out earlier, so the piece laying here. I'm gonna use my helping tool to push it out. Number 8 goes large circle away from you, that little thin part on the right hand side, so it goes in the top left corner with this slot parallel to the length of the board as far as it can go. Then we need to put a little bit of a wax in this cutout here. And then we need to wax all these little round pieces that we just put together in step 2. Wax it all around, and it goes with the L facing you, I guess L shape. You will fit right in here and not stay there for now. So the little piece 30, that's what it goes into that slot. So I'm not sure how to hold it in there for now. Just gonna leave it aside. And then we need to wax actually this side of the board, the opposite, or one of the sides. So this, let's see, one more time. The rubber band, it goes in here, and then that rubber band you push down and it gets snapped into this little two slots on the bottom, and I'm holding it still in my hands as I waxed everything, and then that gets to be assembled with the sub-assembly we did earlier. So in that little from step 2 assembly goes into the brown hole, just like this. So the toothpick goes through the hole next to the big one. Let's see. Nope, nope, nope. All right. Now that's going to be held together. My toothpick fell out. There we go. Then you snap it together, so make sure that assembly is here and it's unlocking like this, or snapping like this. Also, we need to make sure that gears rotating there, and then 2 tabs are completely locked. Alright, we're good. And then I think that completes step number 6 on page number 9. Moving on to the next sheet, or page number 10, step 1. Here we need, well, we kind of did apply, but we need to apply more of the wax. There, we need to slice off that little toothpick here. Done. We need part number 34 located on sheet number 1. The long part number 34 here. Once again, let's use the X-Acto knife. It is smaller and fragile piece. And then we need part number 27, which is located on board number 2. It's the second one that we're gonna use. So I put on 27, I sanded down the connection points and put a little wax on it. Then 34 with a little cutoff go facing to the left towards the center of the sub-assembly. So we put a 27 onto here. Looks like one way it can go on there. And then 34 with the square. Rotate that little piece on here so it goes, the rectangular opening goes onto this tab, and then round one goes on that part number 27 that we just put on there. Actually, never mind. The 27 we need to remove as it goes on after. So we put facing wrong direction. So a little hook facing towards the center of the board. Third try is a charm. Here you go. It's on, and then 27 locks that in place. Alright, so if we move the tab that is further away from you down into horizontal position, and then move the tab that is closer to you to the left, and you kind of hold it there, it should get locked into the same in that position. just like this. So the further away it should lock in the horizontal position as you're holding it, and then if you release it, just like that. So now we need a little rubber band that is about 4 or 5 millimeters long. It's going to be the toughest, probably, little rubber band that we need to create. And let's see, loop it out. I'm going to use a new one because that's going to be tough. We should have plenty of rubber bands for that task. Small, tiny, little rubber band. Tiny little piece. Tie it up. Cut off the excess. And then that little piece goes onto the little tab here and locking it onto the tab around through that part number 34. So we put one side on here, like that. Then the whole thing goes underneath. Tough. And around through the slot, around and back into the same tab to wrap it around, just like this. So now it actually will lock it in place. When you lift the further one away from you, when you press it down to make it in horizontal position, it will lock in there. That's what that rubber band does. Alright, I think it's done. And now we need, in step number 7, we need 2 toothpicks to lock the whole assembly in, to make sure it doesn't come off. So I have leftover pieces that I'm going to push through. Once again, we just need a little bit on each side to make sure it doesn't snap off. And cut those 2 off. Which is step number 8. Pre-cut, snap. And then so again we check in the movement that it's all working nice and smooth. Alright, and then moving on to page number 11. Let's see, you still guys with me, which is nice. Checking everything, I'm trying to see how far we're going there. Alrighty. We'll cover a little bit more until we get into the body parts. board number 2 has part number 35. We're on page 11, step number 1. And we come back to the previous assembly. We put a little bit of a wax right around this area. And then part number 35 with the thicker piece closer to you. Kind of lock it in place. Should have done it. No, we're not locking it in place because it's just flipped over. And then step number 2, we put the other subassembly in place with the centerpiece going through here, through this hole. And there is like a little tab. It goes in between the two boards on the top. Then number 35 goes into the slot, corresponding slot on that assembly. Let's see, like that in place. There's two. That feels fragile. There we go, that's probably the way to do it. And then press on the actual board and the part rather than trying to squeeze it from the opposite ends. Alright, this is down. So everything is squeezed together the way it's supposed to be in number 3. This part moved back and forth, which is good. And then we need 2 toothpicks or 2 halves pushing through the hole, and little tabs to hold the parts together, which is interesting design. Alright, I'm gonna use my flat side of the we push it all the way in and cut it flush. So on the other end. So both ends, and cut it flush on the other 2 ends. So pre-cut, snap off, snap off. Just getting off the excess. All right. And we're done with step number 6 on page 11. Moving on to step number 1 on page 12. We need part number 36, which is located on board number 2. A little bit lower than the center, towards the left. Hard to pull out. X-Acto knife works the magic. Boom. And then number 36, we go from the back here, this round piece facing down, and we insert it in just in there. Oh, with this cut out facing towards the left side. Gets just like this. It's supposed to hold on the little tab. And then we have piece number 37. on board number 2, top left. We can pull both of those out because we're going to use them. And insert it into the 2 slots, the one on the subassembly and the one on the part number 36 that we just pulled. And we put the little helper tool in between the sub-assemblies to help us push it, because it's kind of like hanging. I'll use some small piece of board to help me out, because it's hard to get in there with your fingers. And leverage. As you can see, it is one of the tougher ones. Here you go. As far as it can go, it should be flush, as is shown on number 3. Alright, and then we do the same thing on the other opposite end. Port number 37, so the other one that we just pulled. You know what, I'm going to try to apply a little bit of wax on that part. Maybe it'll help to push it in smoother. And of course, it did. Once again, as far as it can go on both sides. Now it's locked in place. As in step number 4. So they did suggest to wax them. I didn't wax the first one, I did wax the second one, and actually came in much easier. So we're done with page number 12, moving on to page number 13. Okay, page 13, step 1. We need board number 1. Let's see. Parts number 38 and 2. So 38 is a big piece right here. It looks like it's fairly easy to pull out. If not, don't forget to use the X-Acto knife. So number 38, and then we need the part number 2. There's a set of these right here. And step 1 is to push number 2. So little slots here has to be parallel or in the same axis as this slot right here. And we just put it on. And we push it as far as the little slash over here. Should have used a little bit of wax. Take it off, number 2, and put a little bit of wax on the side. That should make it easier to push through. There you go. And then we only go as far as that little slot here, kind of like a mark where you need to stop. So this is the exclamation point on the step number 1. Step number 2, we need parts number 40 and 239s. They're both on the board number 1. And then 39s right here. 39s are right here on the bottom. Put it aside, make sure you don't lose any parts. We need to make sure that round hole is away from you with that surface facing away. I use a little bit of a sandpaper, which comes inside the package, and we need to sand that full surface. So that means that surface gonna be, something's gonna be rubbing against it, and we need to make sure it's nice and smooth without any burrs. Just a little sand so it feels nice and smooth. And then we put numbers 39 with the slots the way that it's shown on the picture, with the slots kind of parallel to that old brown circle. So, and insert it as far as you can go. That would be step number 2. And then step number 3 is that we need part number 41 to actually I got one of those sitting off the side. Once again, from the back to the front, that's the way I do it. And then because it's a gear, although it doesn't say here at all, I'll use a little bit of a wax and dig the gears into the wax. Although, no, actually it's shown on there, I apologize. And then you push the little part sub-assembly that you made in step number 1, you push it through here, and the gear goes on there, and that's rod. There should be only one way you can put it on. And then number 2's, as we waxed it already a little bit, we should be, the rod I mean, we should be okay putting number 2's on there. Let's see. And number 2, the little slot should be the same direction as on the one that you inserted in the step number 1. So then we do apply a little bit of wax on those 2. Now step number 4, we need one of the toothpicks. Cut with a tool. So first cut off a small piece, or you can cut it in the center. And then we use slot number 3 to cut the toothpick little bar that you need. And that bar, actually we need 2 of those. So I use the full toothpick. And these little 2 bars, we need part number 42 and 43. So 42 was one of the ones also that we used up earlier, fell out, and then 43 is a little smaller gear. Also on board number 1, right here, closer to the bottom, in the center, it's gear number 43. And then as it's shown on a little further here, it has to be symmetrical. So you just insert the toothpick and you push it through to make sure that it sticks out same distance on both sides, or approximately as close as you can see. So here's one, and here's the second one. You take this away. So it's about symmetrical on both sides. And those go on the same sub-assembly we were working on. With that little slot, oh, we need to wax it. That little tooth that we have on board, on a little part number 40. Need to wax it. Don't forget to wax the surface. Not sure why we didn't wax it here, but I can do it now because it's still moving. And we need to dip the gears into the wax too, or you can use that little piece. It's up to you. I prefer dipping. It just makes it easier. And I'm using just a regular tea candle. I bought those at IKEA, not to advertise the store, but they're like a couple dollars for 100. So alright, so 43, that's the smaller one, goes into this little hole here, and then 42 goes into the other one. Let's see if we need to do any alignment. I don't think we do. Those are just the numbers, so they don't have to be aligned. It just make sure that they are engaging gear within a gear. So as we do that, we need a part number 44. It's a little part right here on the board number board number 1. Top right. And then this, we do need to wax the, I mean not wax, sorry, for sand a little bit. I'll sand both surfaces. I would put a little bit so the way it needs to go with the tab down, it should be on the bottom to the left. And then I'll also put a little bit of wax behind it, on the back of it actually. Because you got the rotating gears on there and you want them to run nice and smooth. So my gears fell out, as you can see, and I'm just gonna put it back in, and then stuck part number 44 in there. So it's make sure everything aligns before you squeeze it, especially the toothpicks. There you go. And now you need to run the rod. Make sure there is motion before we go any further. Alright, and then we need gear number 45 and lock it up with 2. So 45 is another piece that was already out because we removed some other part. So take that 45 out. And we need another number 2. Both of those need to be waxed. Sorry, I'm gonna use the little stick, and then for the gear, use the candle wax. Dip it in. And then that goes onto the opposite end of that rod. Once again, it looks like only one way you can put it on. Push it all the way in as far as it can go, and then number 2 is parallel to the slot. The little slot on the number 2 is parallel to the slot, cutout slot on the rod. And just add it on, and once again double check, make sure you have the full motion. Nice and easy. We're done with page number 13. Moving on to page number 14. I'll put that subassembly aside. Step number 1 is parts number 47, 46, 48, and 2. So part number 47, let's see. Should be on board number 1. And it's within the long piece, part number 50, I believe. Right here. And we can remove the little rectangle there too, because it's not part of the car. So we got number 47, 46 is on same board, on almost at the center bottom here. And 48 would be on board number 2, right at the top here. So it's a larger gear. Once again, I'll dip this into the wax. And we have 48, 46 will 47 will go into 6 only one way. There is a longer piece and a shorter, so shorter, that's where the 48 is going to go onto side, and then 46 should go on the longer part of the 47, and push it as far as it can go, and then lock it up with part number 2. We need 2 of those, so I'm pulling both of them out. So 42 parallel to the little cutout is parallel to the slot on 47. Lock it up, and then 48 on the other side should be also only one way that it can go, and push it. Should go on a larger portion of the tab. I'll remove some of that wax here so it doesn't look as bad. And then we lock it up with number 2. Same thing with parallel, the slot parallel to the cutout on a 48. And now we applied it there, and we need to apply a little bit of a wax on the part number 46. Actually, there's a couple connection points, so I'll just send it down a little bit, make sure they're not on the way. Should have done it earlier, but apply wax on the 46, and then on the 2 on the opposite side. I would apply probably on the 2 on both sides. So we got the completed step number 2, and then step number 3 is that we need the part number 50, the one that we just removed the piece number 47 from. So that's a long part of the body here. And just the way that you remove it, and turn it upside down, and we need to sand the surface here. Just a little bit. I'll put a little bit of wax around these 2 round holes. And then we need part number 49, which is the top right of the board number 1. We'll need to put them into a little hole right here, right at the center. So you got 5 square holes here. That's the one in the middle, number 3, and then right below next row. So there's a row of 3, and then 1 right above it. That's where the part number 49 is. So if you have that part of the body with the long way facing you, 49, the one that goes in the middle slot, with the slots parallel to your axis, I guess, perpendicular to the axis of the part number 50, insert it into that hole. And then the other 49 goes at 45-degree angle. And then the sub-assembly, little sub-assembly that we just made with the 46 facing down, the little cylinder, we insert it in the center right here in the little slot, and then we cover it up with number 51, and then 51 is also on board number 1, right top left, not right. So on this one there's a little hole on here, so that hole needs to be facing towards the top, and that's how you lock that little sub-assembly in place. Make sure there is movement. Now we need a little another toothpick, cut in half, and then we use our number 2 slot in the tool to get a little rod that goes into the there's 2 little holes next to that sub-assembly, so it goes into the bottom hole. That's going to be our step number 5. So insert it so it's flat to the other surface. It's going to be sticking out a little bit here. and make sure the gear runs nice and smooth. So we're all good to go. Complete step number 5 on page number 14. Moving on to the next sheet. Page 15, we come back to our very first assembly, the big one, and the page 13 sub-assembly. Let's see, so that facing, the little rod facing you, that's the gear shifter. Right side up, so like a little shifter facing up, and then we insert the little sub-assembly, let's see, into this hole right here. So it goes all the way through. Let's see, where's it underneath? So there's the little part number 2 right here, and it goes into the slot on that sub-assembly that we had. So make sure it's entered in the slot, and then we're all good to go. And the rod should be sitting on the last part over here. So, and with the gear almost all the way to the left. So we're done with step number 3, and then step number 4 would be to put that part of the body that we just made with the shifter facing away. The shifter's here, so that part of the body goes on the left, and to lock all these parts in place. Make sure the gears engage and you don't break them off as you push it on. There's and that the sub-assembly that we just inserted, that the number 2 fits into the hole right here. Let's see, gears engaging. Now we squeeze it all in as far as it can go, and that sub-assembly should be done. So make sure these 2 gears are engaged in there, all the holes fall in the right place, and everything is squeezed as far as it can go. Now we need the toothpick, longer piece, pushing it through the 2 little tabs here, and there's like a little marks where you need to cut it off. So I'll use the tool to push it to one side to match that little mark on one side, and then I'll cut it off on the other side. Alright, and then use that mark as the positioning. Cut off part of the toothpick, and then I have another one left over here. It's the same exercise on little 2 tabs over here. So push it as far as you can go with my finger, then I use the tool to line it up with a mark on one side, and then cut it off on the other side also by the mark. So now it's all that body is locked. That was step number 5 and 6 that I just completed, and we're moving on to page number 16. Once again, put that sub-assembly aside. We're looking at board number 1 parts, actually board number 2 parts number 52, 53, and 54. There should be 54 right here, top left. 52 is right at the center, a little bit to the left. And then little 53 part, a little above center on the right of the board. In this sub-assembly, there's a little hook here, and we need to wax a little portion right here. There's kind of like uneven surface, so just use your candlestick, put a little bit of wax on there, and then as that hook facing to the right, insert part number 53 into this hole here, and then 52 with the little hole facing to the left. And then squeeze it as far as they can go. Then we need parts number 56, which is also on the same board, top right. And 3 55s. And those 55s would be right here, right almost at the center. So I can, I guess, get this large part out. Put it aside, and then push the 55s out. Kind of using tip of my finger to break those off the connection points, and then you can use the little tip to try to get it out completely. There you go. We still have part number 128, so I'm going to put it aside, make sure I don't lose it. And then with the long part tab goes through the slot, with the cutout is parallel to the length of that hook. So you insert it, let me see, so 55 goes on one side, with also with a slot cutout lining up as far as it can go to that T. And then you see there's two little marks on number 56, so those marks, oh my bad, I need to put another 55 on there as far as it can go, and then push it through that little hook. So the two marks gonna be one on each side of that little hook, so that will make it line up, and then we lock it up with the number 55 on the other side, but it shouldn't go past the surface. So push it just until the surfaces are parallel to each other and lined up, and that's going to be completed step number 2. Then we're moving on to step number 3, where we need to wax this little number 55s that we just put on. So just use a candlestick to apply a little bit of wax on all these sides. And then we need to put parts number 57, 58, 2 57s and 158 onto that sub-assembly. So those are on the bottom here, 2 57s, and 58 is right next to them to the left. With the hook facing you, 157 goes on the right side, and then on the left side 57 onto that matching with the 55, and then 58's with the little extension facing towards the back goes on the last 55 there. We kind of put it aside a little bit. We need part number 60, which is on top of the board number 1, right at the center here. Let's see, 2 59s, and those 59s would be also on, should be on the board number 2, bottom left. So that goes, those 59s, there's a little bit, a small extension on there facing away from you. They're going to this little 2 slots. With the holes are parallel to each other. insert those into the slots and push them into them, just like that, until they flat with the surface. And now we insert that little sub-assembly that we just created, the way that I was facing, with a hook towards you and that extension away from you. We put it through these two little slots, those two big pieces, the hooks and tabs. And I would put probably a little bit of wax onto the surface here. Right, and then those 57s should go into two rectangular holes on a board number 60. Should line them up, and push them in. Careful not to break anything. And we need to push them as far as they can go, so flat to the surface. Alright, once they're in, we need 2 toothpicks. Or actually, we'll take 1 toothpick. Split it in half. Use the flat portions, insert one from the left and one from the right on the right tab. And I would actually pre-cut it a little because there's a little sharp surface, so sharp edge at end. So I cut those ends off to make sure I don't hurt myself. So one goes from left side, one from right, one from left. And then when you push it in, make sure you don't go too far. So it has to be a little bit behind that little slot here, so it's not interfering with the movement. And same thing for the other end, from the left. So just push it in to make sure it doesn't interfere. I'll do the other end. So it sticks out just a little bit to make sure it doesn't, the little sub-assembly doesn't fall out. And then we snap those off. Once again, you don't need to snap much. You just need a little bit of part of the toothpick to stick out. Alright, we're done with part number 6 and 7. So there's a little toothpicks holding that sub-assembly in place. And now we should be able to put it back into the slots. And this little bottom portion will be parallel to the bottom of this 60. So moving on to page number 17, put that one aside a little bit. We need part number 61 on board number 3. Moving on to the next board. Board number 3. And 61 is on the center to the left, right here. Need half of the toothpick. push it through one of the bottom holes. From right to left, one little square cutout, rectangular cutout facing away from you. Push it in. So it should be flat all the way in until it's flat for the surface. Then we need port number 63, which is also on the same board, number 3 on the bottom here. And port number 62, which would be center to the right. Then we need one of the rubber bands, and we need to make it about 8 millimeters long loop. And one that I cut earlier, so I'm gonna try to use that one. Loop it around your finger and push the ends through that loop. Let's see if I can get it in. To tie it up. If not, I'll just use another rubber band if I cannot get those in. And I was able to do so. Now I need to get in about 10 millimeters, so we have our measuring tool, or 8 millimeters, I apologize. And we are right about there as long as we tie it. A very tiny little loop. Make it nice and tight, and then cut off the excess. And then the rubber band goes onto the toothpick. 63 goes into the rectangular slot. We're still in step number 2. Don't forget the rubber band if it fell off. And then 62 goes with the 2 holes parallel to the holes on the number 61, and bottom one goes through the toothpick. That way we're locking up the toothpick, the rubber band on the toothpick, preventing it from going anywhere. Alright, make sure that your toothpick is flat against one surface. And then step number 3, we also cut it off on the other surface from the other side. Little pre-cut and snap it off. And then you can clean it up a little bit. We do need a little bit of a wax on that part number 62. And then that goes onto the sub-assembly we did on the previous page. It goes right into the slots with the that long tab go away from you. So there's 2 holes lining up with the holes on the little tabs that we inserted earlier. And step number 5, we push half a toothpick all the way through. Let's see if it's got enough space. Yep. Through all 4 holes. And then let's see, we just need to have it stick out a little bit on each side to prevent the parts from falling out. So a little bit on one side and a little bit on the other side. That rubber band is still there. And we slice it off, number 6. So we're done with page number 17. Moving on to page number 18. So we got a little bit of that rubber band. Goes through two little slots here and into slots on the board number 60. Just like this, and then lock it up here. And we're done with steps number 1, 2, 3. So the rubber band goes through the slots into the slots on the board number 60. Now we need parts number 65. They're on board number 2. 64 and 65. So 64 is on a little above the center line on the right, and 65 on the left. Alright, so 65 is going to go on the right hand side with the longer portion facing away from you, so facing to these two big cutouts. And then 64, they go into these two last holes, small rectangular holes, with the tab that is right at the center, and with the other tab on the opposite side closer to you, just like this. So, rotate it a little bit for you so you guys can see. Once again, push them all the way in. Just like that. Now we need part number 66, 68, and 67, also on board number 2. 68 on the bottom here. We need actually 2 of them on step number 5, so 2 68s. Careful, there's part 122 right next to it, so you don't break it off, it's thin. And then 67 and 66, 2 of those, and 266 on the left here, and 67's on the right. So 66, I'm gonna put it on the left, and 67 on the right. So now we take the 68 with the slot facing away from you. We take 167, putting it on the left hand side with a little sharp edge towards the back, towards that slot. And don't forget, if you break a piece, you can contact us. If you purchase the model through us or one of our affiliates, we will replace it at no charge from our US warehouse. If you bought it elsewhere, we can also replace it at no charge from the manufacturer. However, it will take about 3 to 4 weeks for the parts to reach you. Sometimes it may take a little bit longer depending on the season. Now I'm inserting part number 66 on the left side. So that's going to be our sub-assembly here, and then the other one, 68, we make a mirror and put a 66 on the opposite end. Once again, with a little sharp piece facing towards the hole. So if you break those parts, we can replace it from your Ukrainian office, or for bought it elsewhere for the small shipping fee, we can replace it from US warehouse to expedite the shipping a little bit, which normally takes about 3 to 5 days. 67 on the left, and just send us email with a picture of the broken part or missing, or I mean, if it's missing, obviously we don't need a picture. We need location on the board, part number, and your address. Obviously, we will need to know where you purchased it from. If you got it from Amazon, just let us know who's the seller. That can be found in the history, and then we'll go from there. Alright, so we got the 2 little sub-assemblies. Those go into these slots. So as we created them, 66 on the left, that goes on the left side, 66 on the right, that goes on the right side, just like that. So there's 2 slots that you can put it in, the only 2 slots. sure they're all the way in, and you press on the parts, not on a thin surface here, but like where there's more meat, to get those completely in. You can wiggle it a little bit in and out, and it should go right in. Alright, so we completed with step number 6 on page number 18. Moving on to the next sheet, that's sheet number 19. And now we take our large sub-assembly with that little hook facing towards you. We insert, this is with the seats, they go into the this tab right here goes into the slot that is corresponding with, and then everything else should fall right in place. So we snap it on. And there's that rod is a little bit on the way to get, let's see, that back tab into the slot too. So we need to wiggle it a little bit to get it right in place. There you go. Make sure you don't put too much pressure on that center rod gear shifter, because you might break it off. And we squeeze it in as far as it can go to the right. And then we need part number 69, which is on board number 3. Right at the bottom here. And that 69 goes locking up the gear shifter. So there's a little bit small tab here, kind of like a wavy shape. That tab, that hook should face to the right, and there's 2 slots right above that, or right below the surface, or below the gear shifter, and it goes right into those slots. A little wiggling around is needed. Should fit right in as far as it can go. And let's see, so that's step number 3 is completed. Then we turn it upside down, and we need one little toothpick to cut in half. Actually, I do have 2 little bars already cut out. So we need to push from the bottom or from the top side onto that little part number 69, and insert the toothpicks. If you don't push it, you don't have enough of the hole sticking out. So leave a little bit of a toothpick on each side. Push it as far as it can go and snap it off on the other side. Again, same exercise as we did before. Alright, that's step number 4, and step number 5, the assembly is completed. Next we move on to page number 20, and now we need, which that's huge, large sub-assembly side. We need part number 70, which is on board number 5. We're starting to get all over the place now. Board number 5, right at the center here to the right. It's a long piece, so I would turn it upside down, use my X-Acto knife and cut out the connection points just to make sure that part is easily removable. You don't want to break it. And once you cut off the connection points, should fall right out. And then we need part number 71, which is to the right of it. And then on board number 4, where all the wheels are at, on the bottom here there's part number 72, so we need 2 of those. Two 72s, 173, and two number 2s. So there's more 2s right here, right at the in the middle, in the center of 133. I'll take those out because we're gonna need them. And then port number 73 would be on that little small thin board, bottom left here. Alright, number 2s. We need 2 number 2s. Alright, I'll gears, put them into the wax, dip them in, apply wax to the gears. Let's see, so we got number 70, we put number 2 on there. We do need a little bit of a wax on there too. Make sure that little mark is facing towards you, and that's where you insert number 2, with the slot parallel to the cutout as far as it can go. Apply a little bit of a wax on that number 2. Then you put 71 with the long extension away from you, just through that bottom hole, and then put 72 on it. Once again, only one way should be able to put it on, because it's a rectangular hole, not square. And then on the other end we put the 72 again. As far as it can go. I would apply a little bit of a wax. I didn't do that, but I'd recommend you to apply it before you put that 72 on, wax on the rod. I'll make it just easier to push on. Then you put 73 on, also one way, and then you lock it up with the 72 with a slot parallel to the cutout, just like that. And I'd apply on the 72, 73, I would apply 73 and 2, I would apply a little bit of wax on there too, just in case. And then that goes into that large sub-assembly that we're doing through the bottom, from the side of the wheel. That goes right into the center hole. Let's see. With with the tab facing towards the top of the car. So it goes on here, make sure it engages with the gear in the back there. And let's see, that goes to the top or bottom. And below the little sub-assembly here, so you put it in a hole. You insert it into the back center hole there. Make sure the gears are engaged, and then you snap it to the left side or right side of the car if you look from the top, just like that, as far as it can go. It fell off a little bit. So we do need to make sure those gears are engaged. And here you go. You might need to twist it a little bit to fit it in. So let's see. Yep, we're all good to go. And now we're completed with the assembly, step number 5. On to page number 20. Moving on to the page number 21, another rod. Put a sub-assembly aside, which is rod number 74 on board number 1. Also long rod. I recommend to pre-cut it. Mine is removing pretty easily, but if you're having trouble, pre-cut it a little bit. Then we need number 74, we got it, 27. 75 is also on the same board on the left here. Now my question is, where do I find number 27? 27 is on board number 4. We got 75 out. Board number 4. It's about a center to the right or left there, and there's a sequence of them. So we need 127 and 2 number 2s. So apply onto the gear 75, apply wax, dip it in, or apply it, and then it gets inserted, so the longer portion here with a little tab facing you, it goes through that on that side, and we go it's only one way as far as it can go, and then number 2 to lock it up, parallel to the slots here, the cutouts that slot on the number 2. And then on the other side, we put 27 first. Also only one way they can go. And then lock it up with number 2. So we need to apply a little bit of wax on all these parts. Number 2 specifically, and that goes into the sub-assembly with the hook away from you. It goes through here with the gear towards you. There's a slot or circular cutout there. That's where your number 2 on one end will go, and that completes our step number 3. Then we're moving on to the step number 4, which is part number 76, which is board number 1. I already had it fall out, so keep it in here. Part number 77, which is on board number 4, bottom right, inside the wheel here. By bottom left, I apologize. Inside the wheel. Then we need 78 right next to it. And then part number 2. Should have plenty of those. So looking, it's going into there's 3 circular cutouts here, so it goes in the middle one. I'll apply a little bit of a sandpaper here. Put a little bit of wax on the surfaces right around those cutouts. And then part number 78, we insert number 2 on there, so the slot is on the same side as that little circle hole. Make sure that number 2 goes all the way in. Apply wax on it. It's going to be inside the hole, so it's going to be rotating. I guess it's a good rule of thumb, just apply wax to all the number 2s. And then push in from the back of when the hook, that little loop on the left, part number 76, so push it from the back. And then put number 77 through 78, only one way that it goes. Before we do that, apply wax to it, to the gears. And put it on. Now we need a toothpick. I have a little pre-cut piece here, so I'll push it in. And kind of like halfway through, so it's locking the whole sub-assembly in place. We're done with part number 6. Page number 21 completed. Moving on to the page number 22. We take that little sub-assembly that we just did, and we step 1, put it onto that large piece that we were working on. So make sure that the little gear that we just created engages with the rod 74, or the gear that is on the rod 74. Alright. Get all the tabs aligned. So I'll start from the front here. Engage that. Make sure everything lines up. All the gears fall into the place. And then slowly start squeezing it in. Making sure that all the tabs, all the number 2s are fall right into the place where you need them to be. The gears are lined up. All the firewall lines up, tabs. Squeeze it in as far as it can go. All the gears, everything lines up, everything's there. Not sure if I can check for any of the movements here. Looks like I can. So I'm making sure all the gears are moving nice and smooth. Here we go. Now I released it a little bit, so all the gears are engaged that I can see, hopefully. So as we pushed it through, we're doing the same sequence as we did on the other one. That would be locking it up in place. So the 2 toothpick, one goes through these 2 tabs, one goes through these two tabs. Or I mean, 1 toothpick cut in half, and then inserted to match the little marks. So you can either cut it or you can insert it as far as those tabs. I use the helping tool, or marks I should say. Push 1 toothpick in, and then the other one to line it up with the marks, and then use my little X-Acto knife to cut off the excess. And once again, with the toothpick, you can pre-cut it and then break it off. It should break right at that part where you pre-cut it. Here we go. That we completed step number 2 and 3, and now we're checking that gear shifter is working, and then all the gears are engaging. When you move the shifter. So that's step number 3, checking everything works. Put that aside. Moving on to, oh, we got a little fallout here. Put it back in. Shouldn't be an issue. Moving on to step number 4, page 22. We need a bunch of part number 2s, 79, which is on board number 3. A little below the center to the right here. It's part number 79. Put number 2 on one side. And that shorter little piece kind of looks like a little sword. So as far as it can go. And then we need 80, 81, a bunch of 2s. Those are also on board number 3. So first one, 80, the way I need to put them on. So I'll do 80, then number 2, and then 81. I'm just laying them out the way that I need to put the number 2 again. Then 80, number 2, number 2, oh, number 27. Let's see, that's on board number 4. Number 2. All right, now apply a little bit of I actually would send down the connection point here on rod number 79, and then we'll start with and put a little bit of a wax, so all the parts gonna slide right in. So first one, number 80, with that cutoff slot is parallel to the number 2 that we just put on, and that goes all the way in. Then number 2, with those slots are parallel axis. The number 81, we'll make it perpendicular. Then number 2 again, parallel. Number 80, parallel. 2, parallel. 81, perpendicular. 27, doesn't matter. We can only insert it one way. Number 2, parallel. Now we use a little wax and apply wax on all the parts on its edges. Including number 2s, 27, and everywhere. Here we go, our sub-assembly is complete. And then we need part number 82, right here at the center. That goes in the back. '83 goes up front, top center. Board number 3. 85 is going to be, let's see, where's 85? see 84, 85 is bottom left, and 84 is a little bit above center to the left here. That one doesn't come out very easy, so I'm going to turn it upside down, find the connection points, snap them off with my X-Acto knife. Alright, so now 83 with the, let's see, center hole, that's the short part of that sword handle, goes towards that port number 83, right through the center hole, with kind of like right side being bigger, facing to the right. Then number 85, there's a little mark here, that mark towards you, and the top, that goes into the top rectangular hole here on the right, as far as I can go. Then 84 with the larger piece and little slots here on the left hand side, to slots to the top, also goes into the top hole. And then 82 goes on the back with the additional circular cutout towards the left. And goes into the slots. There's two. One is kind of open slot, open-ended. The other one's not. That's your little sub-assembly here. Let's see, make sure it freely moves. The little camshaft. And then we need port number 86, 87, and 88. They're also on the same board number 3. 86 right at the center here. Use the tool if need to be. 87 to the left here, above the center line. And then 88 would be on right in between these two parts. And then 88 with the little chamfer facing you. Put it from the right side onto number 87. And then 86 with a hole to the top. Put it on the left side of 87. Just like that. And now we're moving on to page number 23. And we insert it on the bottom. Let's see, with step number 1, as we held apart earlier, with the number 87 on the right hand side, we insert it from the bottom and take a toothpick, we push it through the slot here. We push it through the slot and through those holes on 87. Or is it in 86? So I'm pushing through those slots, and then there's a little hole, and that's a block that I push it through there. Just like that. So with that little chamfer facing the wall of 83, I believe. Yeah. Alright, just like this. Then we're done with step number 1. So that part should be moving there freely. Then we need 2 rubber bands and about 8 millimeters. So we'll take 1 rubber band. tie it up. About 8 millimeters. And then now, while we're at it, I'll tie it up on the other side, just to make 2 loops. Two little rubber bands, and then cut them off, the excess. And let's see, both of those go onto the rubber band. I'm sorry, where the little slots are at goes onto the toothpick, and into the first 2. That's the first. Actually, no, the first one's gonna go to the 2 closest to you. Push it in, use like a toothpick or something. And push it into the slots, make sure that it sits in nice and tight in there. That's the first rubber band, and the second rubber band is going to go also over the toothpick and into the other 2 slots. Also use the toothpick to push that in. It sits completely in the slots. So that completes our step number 3, and then we go into step number 4. We need parts 55. They're on board number 3. Right to the left here, there's a little cutout, so we need 4 of those. Then all 8, 92 and 91. All 4, because we need to make 2 sub-assemblies. And then part number 89, all 4 of them, all 8 actually. Use the tool if need to be used. So I'm holding the board from the back and pushing on the parts with the tool. So you're working with the plywood, so little tabs might kind of like a little bit break off. If it doesn't break the whole part, you should be good to go. All right, let's see. So first, part number 90, which are also to the left here. That's going to be the first one. We take 89, send it down a little bit, because there's connection points there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Apply a little bit of wax. We use the candle wax, so it slides in nice and smooth. And then number 55s. So I kind of pre-snap it with my finger and then use the tool to push these out. We'll need to apply wax onto those. So do your best to get a little bit of wax on the outside surface. Alright, so we take part number 90 and we go these from the back with all these slots in the same parallel plane. And then we insert 55s with also cutouts parallel to the slot there. We need to make 2 of these. So that's number 1. It's going to be our engine cylinders. And then the second one, we need, once again, 89, a little bit of sanding for the sides. Apply a little bit of wax. And then port number 55. And apply the wax to these little cylinders. Pistons, sorry. It's going to be our pistons. So we need wax to make sure it moves up and down freely within the cylinders. Okay, and another 90, same thing from the back. We will not be able to insert those any other way, so it should be good. 55s on top. And let's see, take the engine sub-assembly, apply a little bit of wax on these little tabs that are sticking out. And we go with the little sub-assembly that we just created that goes through these tabs. Let's see, sit on the tab and then slowly push it in a little bit from each side as far as it can go. First on one side, then on the other sub-assembly that we just created. So sit on first tab first, then on the second one, and push them in slowly from one side, then from the other, just a little bit at a time. Don't push it all the way in. Gonna break it off and push it as far as it can go. Here we go. Then we need 91 and finish it off with 92. So 92's got a little bit small little heads shown on there, not heads, or bolt heads. So the part 91 is the one without it. So make sure all the cylinders fall into the place of part number 91. Get it, kind of wiggle it around a little bit. I'll use one of the toothpicks just to getting it into the cylinder. Make sure they go. Adjust them as you move it on to the sub-assembly. Same thing on the other side. Toothpick, just kind of like get them in place. Once they get in place, it's going to be much easier to push it on. Push it all the way in, and then the last one with the bolts facing towards the top. We get the last part on. Same thing, we need to wiggle it a little bit, the little pistons, just to get them set it in the spot, and on both sides. And then make sure that everything is nice and tight. You're done with your little sub-assembly of the engine. Step number 5. And then step number 6, we need part number 98, which is on the thin board, small board. Let's see, 98 right here. 95. And 94, 93. So 93 is also on that little thin board, bottom left here. And then board number 3 should have 94 on the top left here. And 95 should be right in the middle here. A little bit above the center on the left. Well, halfway between the center and the top. 95 goes with the slots perpendicular to the longer plane of 98. Don't push it all the way through, just to make sure that it's level. Then you put a 94 on. One way you can put it on. And then 93 to lock it up. And then that goes on top of the engine. Sure it's fully seated. And then 97 and 96. So 97 goes on front, 96 in the back. Back of the engine. That's where the little hole is at. And it can only go one way. And then 97 is I would actually put a little bit of a wax on both. Failed to do that on the 90. Actually, maybe 96 probably doesn't need it, but I'll put it on there just in case too. Also, it's a rectangular hole. Just make sure, and then try it out. Make sure all the parts move pistons should go a little bit, and kind of push them in a little bit because they're not free floating yet, but they should be free floating in there by its own weight. So the ones that are not jumping up and down, just work it in a little bit. So we're done with that page number 23. Step number 7. Moving on to the next page, 24. Okay, page 24, step number 1, we got a little sub-assembly, and we need to install part number 99, which is on board number 6. Let's see. Dropping some parts there. Board number 6, part number 99. Let's see. It's bottom right. Is it up? So let's see. We turn that sub-assembly with the gear where it's kind of like a sun-looking one, facing towards you, and part number 99. The little big tab here also facing towards you. So you get this way, and then we do need to put a wax on here on these surfaces, front and back. Alright, and let's see, and then we need to make sure that this little cutout goes right here into this slot, or slot to slot, and it needs to be leveled with the little marks that are on here. That's what we need to level it with. So we need to push it down until you get that part leveled. Level on one side, level on the other side. Alright, and let's see, now we're moving on to step number 2. We need parts number 1, 101, 100, and 101. So 3 101s, and part 100, it's bottom center almost of board number 6, and 100 is right next to it. So let's take 2 101s. We have 2 holes. One is close to the center hole, and then I'm talking about round holes. One is close to the center one, and one is closer to the edge. So the ones to the edge has to be far far away from you. So then we'd put 101 through the center hole. As far as it can go. I use a table, and then 101 on the other side is the same way. So those 2 holes facing away from you. Well, one hole facing away, so it's parallel with the other ones. So you put it on the other side. And we're done with step number 1. Now we need a toothpick. We need to measure it, or not measure it. Use number 3 and cut off that portion of the toothpick. Put a little bit of wax on it. And then it needs to go through, we take that sub-assembly with the gear with the sun towards you. We put rotate it a little bit so the little board here moves away from you, and we need to put 101, this tab, so it's in between, and toothpick goes through these holes, the ones that are far away from you, and through that tab. And then it needs to go all the way to that slot. And stop right there. So don't go too far. Just stop at the slot. As soon as it is in there. So like as you can see, it's attached there. So we need to make another sub-assembly in step number 5, which is 101, 102, 103, and 101. So here I got 101, another 101. 102, it's a smaller piece. So let's see, once again with a small hole away from you. So we put that, let's see, there's no difference, this one's symmetrical. And then we need 103. So in that 103, with same thing, the holes need to line up. Actually mean 101 on the other side, so 103, so make sure all these holes are lined up, and then 101 again. So 103 in between, and that bar goes on, or sub-assembly goes on the other side, with the matching holes lining up with the other ones, and then you push that toothpick through further away, further. And that toothpick goes all the way to the edge of that sub-assembly that we just made. So it doesn't interfere with anything. Alright. We're done with page number 24, moving on to the page number 25. Same thing, another toothpick. We cut off a little section up to the number 3. Apologize for that. And then that toothpick, also put a little bit of a wax on there to make it slide easier. And then that goes from the opposite side through the other set of holes. Through all the full assembly, all the way through. Right, and then you need to make sure there's movement. And I pushed it in the wrong way, but it doesn't matter, so I have to cut it off from both sides. So instead of cutting from the far side, I'm gonna cut it from the closest side to me. Careful with your fingers, pre-cut, snap it off, and then clean it up. Right, not the bottom one, just the top toothpick that we were just working on. Alright, and then we're moving into step number 4. I need a toothpick that put aside, cut in half, and parts number from board 5. Parts number 104, 104, and 105. So 104 is bottom left here, a little bit above the center on the left, second 104, and then 105 is to the right of the center and lower of the horizontal center. Alright, then line up the holes, and we need to make sure that that set of 2 closed holes facing away from you and kind of like towards the top rather than bottom, and then 5 match these set of holes together, and then we push the toothpicks from left to right through the full assembly, or both assemblies, I mean all 3 parts, as far as they can go, so they're flat on one side. I'll even give it a little bit of a sandpaper rub and cut off on the other side. And same thing, I'll give it a little bit of a sandpaper rub on here so it's nice and smooth. Now we take the engine bags, engine sub-assembly, and with the little sun gear facing towards the right. Alright, we need to make sure, let's see, what are we checking here? Okay, so this side where the toothpicks are cut off, facing away from you, the engine towards the top, so there's 2 toothpicks sticking out on the bottom. And those are the 2 toothpicks that we put in that little sub-assembly onto. There's 2 holes that are spaced further apart, and that's what we're trying to match. So we insert those there. And I need to make sure that they don't come out, and you go flush. So the top toothpick will stick out a little bit and the bottom will stick out a little more, and we need to cut it off. Just checking if the movement is there. So slice both of those off, and then we use the gear and check if the movement is there. So everything should rotate, and you should see the cylinders move up and down too. If they don't, kind of like knock on them, you should, they will get into the movement mode. So as you can see, all the parts are moving. Up and down. So, and it's fairly free motion without any interferences. We're done with page number 25. Moving on to page number 26, and we need toothpicks. 1 should be enough, and we need to cut off pre-cut 2 Roman numeral number 3 parts. 1 and 2, and then on the board number 2 there are 2 number 23s. They're on top right here. Push them out, and then we use those toothpicks that we just pre-cut. And push it into these gears. They need to be symmetrical, as shown on the picture a little further. Just like this. And then into the second one. So if you see any burrs on these little gears, make sure you remove them. Either cut it out. I see a couple little ones here which will interfere on this one, and nothing on the other one. Little wax on those. We're in step number 2 now, and then we need part number 106, also on board number 2, to the center to the right. Take our engine with that bigger subassembly facing towards you, the sun looking gear facing towards right, and then or towards the back, and then we insert 106 into these two rectangular holes, and then the gears go into here. Use a solid piece as a support to push those in, otherwise you're risking of breaking something in the back. And then the gears should line up with that center gear. Okay, and then that engine subassembly, same way as you holding it, goes from right to the front of the chassis. There's two holes there that are designed for those gears, and then we got, let's see, the two rectangular holes that will match the part number 106, and then make sure the gears line up. And all the holes line up. A little hard to maneuver it. And as soon as you get the gears lined up, they should fit right in. And push it all the way in on both sides. And we're done with the engine onto the chassis. So I'm checking if the gears are rotating here. So we got the center one. Alright, everything is moving. And that gear in the back will move the actual engine subassembly, as you can see. So if I rotate the rod, it's moving the engine, which looks like what we're looking for. Just making sure the motion is there. Alright, moving on to the page number 27. And step number 1. Put the subassembly aside for a second. Step number 1, we need board number 6 and part number 107. 107 is right at the center here. I'm going to use the same toothpick that I just pre-cut, and we need to the number 2, cut to the size number 2. And that one portion goes onto the 107. There's a little mark on there, so mark is towards the top, so that one goes in the bottom one. And then you insert the toothpick. And I just lost it. Into the bottom hole. There you go, and then make sure it's just flush with one side and then sticks out on the other side. And then we're taking the large subassembly back. There is a toothpick that is sticking out with a rubber band. We put that 107 on there with the top hole. and then let's see, it lugs up into this little hole right here. Make sure it's flush on both sides. So I'm going to use the little helper tool to push the toothpick in and push it in on both sides, top and bottom. Alright. Now we got done with that sub-assembly. Moving on to the step number 1, kind of like it's in the second section. And also that's board number 6. We need the parts number 110, which is bottom right here, 109, 2, they're closer to the center on the right, 2 number 2s, let's see, they're on the top here, top to the right from the center line. And if you can't push it out, kind of pre-start it with your fingers and then use the tool to completely remove them. And then part 108, which is right at the horizontal center line to the right. Okay, so 110 with a little slot facing to the right, which wouldn't matter too much right now, but 109, so 108, we put 102 on it. Actually, let's put a little bit of a wax on number 2 first. Then 108. And then the slots are on the same side where the hole is at. Push it as far as it can go. Then you slide 109 onto number 2, and that goes into the slot of 110. Same thing on the other side. A little wax on number 2. Slots are lined up on the same side as the hole. Put 109 through and onto the number 2, and then it goes right into the .110, just like this. And now we need 2 toothpicks. We can use new ones, or we can use some that we already have, which are long enough. So one from one side, the other one's from the other side. Push it so it sticks out a little bit, just a little bit on one of the sides. And then we cut it off on the other side also. As I said, it's just to make sure that it doesn't fall out. Little pre-cut and slice off, or snap off, that should work, and then clean it up a little bit after, just to make sure not to break the parts. And then we go into 2 number 111s, which are also on the same board, and there's going to be one on top left and one on a little below the center line, also on the left. And those go with 2 holes towards the top, let's turn this one upside down, so the little 108's facing the top. So in 111 goes right onto the 109 with the 2 holes as far as they can go, with the 2 slots, 2 holes towards the top, and tab with the slot towards the outside left, and then on the other side, I mean right, and then on the other side on the left. Just like this, and then we use more toothpick. I don't have, actually I might have big enough pieces left from the other ports. Just gonna clean it up a little bit so I don't have to. I could, but I don't need to use up another toothpick. And we're doing the same thing here. Just insert it from one side with leaving a little bit out, and on the other side too. And then we cut it off on the opposite end. Pre-cut, snap off. Pre-cut, snap off. Alright, we're done with page number 27. Moving on to the page number 28. Board number 2 will have part number 112 right at the bottom center here. Very thin and very fragile, so careful removing it from the board if you need to pre-cut it with the X-Acto knife. Mine is almost out, so I just snap it out. And then 113, those could be on board number 4. I know, it's also on the board number 2 right at the top, almost at the center here. There's one additional one. And then I would move it up a little bit with your tip of your finger until you see there's a little bit movement, and just use the tool to remove them from the board. So there's an additional 113 in case one of those breaks or gets damaged slightly. In my case it did, so I'm gonna put it aside. Okay, and then we need one toothpick cut in half. I'm gonna do it this time. And that one goes through 113, then through 112, same thing on the other side. Once again, careful with these 2 parts. They're very fragile, so when you apply the pressure, make sure you apply the pressure where you're not risking of breaking those. So I'm just pushing the toothpicks through on both sides. Then both of them are going through that other hole on part number 109. And we push it through also all the way in. As far as it can go, and then we slice off the toothpicks right at the surface. So pre-cut, snap off. Make sure if you're cutting, don't cut the second toothpick that is holding that we just did in the previous step. Pre-cut, snap off. Alright, and then step number 3, that was number 2 that we just finished. Step number 3, we need 6 number 2s, which will be on board number 4 and inside one of the wheels. I'm not show you how I'm removing it because it's underneath all the other boards, so I just pulled it out a little bit, removed it. So we need 6 of the number 2s. Alright, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. 6 of those, and 114. That's also on board number 4. Now I have to pull that board out, and they're right in the a little bit above the horizontal center line. So take them out. Now number 2s we do need to wax. So we put those onto tabs that are sticking out with 2 holes, with the slots parallel or on the same surface or parallel, same side as the holes. 3 on one side and 3 on the other side. And then 114 goes right over them on both sides. And then we put number 115, it's on the board number 2, top left, right here. And let's see which way it goes in. So we rotate with the little cutout facing away from you. There's a small cutout on the left side facing towards you, and then we put 115 with the center cutout for the tab facing you. Put it over the assembly, and then lock it up with number 27s, which are on board number 4. There's a bunch of them kind of towards the left and right of the center line. We need 2 of those, and it should go only one way, easy. Then we're step number 5. I'm gonna use the 2 toothpick. Actually, let me get a new one so it's nice and thick. And I push it from through the bottom hole because there's two holes. And same thing here. Push it through until it sticks out a little bit on one side. Use the tool if needed to be careful not to break the parts. And then cut it off on the other side once again with a little bit of it sticking out, pre-cut, and then snap off. Careful with your fingers. Pre-cut, snap off. Clean it off if needs to be, so it's nice and clean cut. So we're now done with step number 6, moving on to page number 29. Here we need 2 rubber bands at about 13 millimeters. So I'm going to take one of the rubber bands. Use a different one. Don't like the quality of that one. And make a loop on one side and then loop on the other side. Use our measuring tool or helping tool, get approximately 13 millimeters. One knot on one side and then one on the other side. So I just use one rubber band for 2 loops, because if you pre-cut it or if you cut it right away, then it's going to be much harder to create a loop there. So I just do 2 loops right away and then cut them off. Once again, 13 millimeters, get it as close as possible to that size that is specified. And cut off the ends. And then those go through 2 slots, I think in 114, slot here and on the other end. So we're just hook it up. Make sure your knot is not on the way, where it doesn't interfere. Kind of stretch it out a little bit and then lock it on the other side, or hook it on the other side. The same thing for the second one. Hook it on the cutouts, push it through, stretch it a little bit, push it through the holes, through one hole, I'm sorry, and then hook it up on the other side. And that'll create kind of like a suspension feeling there. Alright, so we're done with step number 1 on the left side of the booklet, and then going to the right side of the page. Bring the assembly in. Let's see, we need use our helping tool to we need to use our helping tool to help ourselves to push that little sub-assembly onto the part here. Now if you don't use the helping tool, you're risking a chance of breaking it, so I'm just inserting it between the little gear that looks like a sun and the part right here that is sticking out. Then we use the sub-assembly that we just created and we push it out, so with this little opening for the tab, that's gonna go into the top right here. And need maybe a little bit twisting there to fit it in. Interferences anywhere. Just make it into the hole. And push it in. There you go. Almost as far as I can go. And then we remove the tool. So that gave us extra leverage. And then we use number 116, which is on board number 3. Top to lock that in from the top. Use your fingers as the leverage. Push it all the way in, and then part number 117, which is right below where 116 was. That goes into the slot right below. With a little tab towards the right. There's a little tab on there. Alright, moving on to page number 30. Put it aside. Now we need board number 5 and parts number 118 and 124. 118 a little bit above the center line here, and 24 a little bit below to the left. So we just put it with 24 with the tabs towards the left side. 18 goes right into the holes there. Don't push it all the way in. Keep it a little above. Don't squeeze the assembly completely. Now we need two parts, number 122 and 123. They're located on the thin board there. Right here. And 123, and then 122 goes right in that a little bit to the right, so like we got 6 holes here, so it's going to be third hole from the left. Let's see. And we are putting it so there's one tab that is right in the center, and there's one tab a little bit offset towards the center of the. I apologize, a little late. Don't know how to call it anymore. So the one that is centered tab, that's the one that goes into the hole, third hole from the left. Then port number 120. That was 123 and 122 goes to the right. Then we need 121 and then 120. I think I mixed up 122 and 123. Good thing we have other ones left so I can match them. And reinstall them. Let's see, and then 119 at the end. And then we'll do the same thing on the opposite end. 123, 122. Step number 5, 121. 120. 118. See, now we push the 118 down, and those parts that we just inserted, they should fall right into the place. We'll push them into the corresponding slots in 118. So if you tilt it towards you a little bit, all those parts should fall right into the place. And as they do, we push 118 down and lock it all up. That's our little grill. And then we're done with step number 6. Part number 126, also on board number 5. And 125. So 125 a little bit above center there to the right, and one almost on the bottom a little bit to the left. And then 126s are to the right here, above center line. So 126 on top. Matching tabs. And holes. And we need 2 toothpicks. Cut in half, and they go through the holes of 125 and 126 to lock them together. So I use my little helping tool to push the toothpicks in. Careful with your fingers. And we push it all the way to the surface on both of the sub-assemblies. Or you can use a table as a leverage. There you go. All the way in. And then we cut off, step number 8, we cut off the toothpicks that are sticking out. These sub-assemblies go on the left and right of the one that we just did on the same page. So there's corresponding holes through one side and then on the other one. And then you can squeeze them together until they locked up completely. as far as they can go. Moving on to page number 31, and that grill goes into the front of the car. So we got a little slot right here, so that's where they're matching up. Once again, I would put a helping tool there to make sure when you apply pressure, you don't break anything, and then you push it as far as it can go. Okay. Then we need to line up the little holes, so that's as far as I can go to line up. Two toothpicks, or 2 toothpicks cut in half. And your line up holes should match. There's our helping tool. Make sure they're somewhat parallel to each other. When you push the toothpicks on, they might skew a little bit or come together closer. And that toothpick didn't work out too well, so I need to push it out and use a different one. And same thing on the bottom here, there's 2 toothpicks. They go on the left and right. So again, as you see, I push it in. And then separate, keep them parallel. And the next step is to cut off the toothpicks on both ends, so on the left and right. Pre-cut, snap it off. Pre-cut, snap it off. Pre-cut. Snap it off. Clean it up a little bit if you need to. And pre-cut snap. And same thing there. Little tiny piece. Much harder to snap it off, even with cutting. And we're done with step number 3. Moving on to number 4, we need 13 toothpicks. And all of them are cut in half. Alright, I'm done with the toothpicks, and now we need parts number 128 and 129. And we need 5 sub-assemblies like that. So they're all located on boards number 4, 2, and 6. Two, 3, 129, 1, 2, 3. Now we need to remove the center pieces in there. I'm pushing from the front towards the back, so if there's fibers left, they're going to be stuck on the wheel. They're going to be removed from the centerpiece. So that's 129. Let's see, on board number 2, I think we removed that one already. One of them at least. And one at the top we haven't yet. That's 129. Let's see, board number 6. It's the last 2. One on top here. And then 128 with the little steering wheel just below the center. Alright, and now we push the toothpicks through 5 holes on 128. Careful using your fingers not to punch a hole, and then 129 right over it. Using my table as a leverage, make sure when you apply the pressure you push it in a little bit through each side, because otherwise you're going to break the part. Go around the circle, pushing those through. Until they're flat. 1. It's going to be a while, a lot of wheels. 5. 129 over it, squeeze them together, and little by little push them in. 2. 3. 4 and 5. And 5. Alright, moving on to the page number 32. Sorry, I've been quiet doing repetitions. Alright, so we need 130, 131, and 132. Let's see. Okay, so that's back right, back left, front right, front left. Alright, so we're going to use 130, 131, and 132. They're all on board number 4. So let's see, 130, 131, and 132. We're making back right wheel. Alright, take the first one. The rectangular cutout, matching the rectangular cutout on 131. Now let's see, it doesn't look like it matters which way the holes are going, but just matching what's on the picture and the manual. So, and we need to make sure those rectangular cutouts are matching the holes. And then wheel on top and slice off the toothpicks. Now that's going to be our back right. And I'll put it next to the car in corresponding location. So next one we need 30, 31, and 33, same thing. Actually, no, not the same thing. It's 133. So 133 is on the bottom right here. And 130 and 131, once again, 130 is first, and then we'll match the rectangular hole and the little toothpick holes, just to make sure that they're in the same location. And then we put 133 over it. Same thing, slice out the toothpicks. And that one is back left, so I'm gonna put it on the left side of the car, on the rear. Next one, 134, 135, 132. Same board, 134, 135, and 132. Uh, 134, 135. They're circular, so I'll just match the holes. And I'm gonna make it look the same as on the picture. Just make sure that brake holes are in the same direction. That one's going to be front right. And attention to details, make sure the little lines and radial direction is correct. And then the last one for the wheels, driving wheels, 134, 135. 33. And that's the front left. And we're done with page 32. Moving on to page number 130, just 33. Okay, we're page 33. Let's see, we do have part number 27, step number 1. So 27, 136. We need, that's on the back. So parts number 27 are on board number 4. And we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for the rear. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's the rear wheels. Alrighty, and let's see. There's just the spacers. So I need to make sure I bring the wheels correct way. So I put them kind of to the where they're supposed to go. So part number 27. 1, 2, 3. Then the wheel with the brake disc inside. That goes in. And then on the other side, same thing. 1, 2, 3. They should go only one way, and then the wheel on there one way. So the rear wheels are done. We need part number 136. 136 on board number 3. Let's see. Board number 3, 136. There's 2, and 2 in the bottom left. And those go through that rod. Make sure you have the nuts on the outside or the bolts just visible. Make it look nice and pretty. So just put it in as far as it can go. Kind of like snap it on. And then on the other side, same thing, with the bolts visible. Just put it through that hole. And push it through as far as it can, like almost to the center, so that axle gonna sit in the center. Now we need the 2 front ones, front right and front left. We need 2 more 27, which is on board 4. Then we need number 2s. A little smaller. Number 2s. Let's see, where can we find them? We can should be able to find on we need 4 of them. Let's see, I still have a piece left. Oh, perfect. Exactly 4. Let's see, the slots should be on the same surface, on the same side as the hole. I don't think it will fit any other way. Yeah, it's not gonna go the other way, so it's only one way that it can go on. And then the wheels with the disc brakes on the inside. I would put, actually, because this is the number 2's, the wheel's gonna spin on that, I would put a little bit of a wax. Actually, they do show to put a wax on part number 136, but I managed to put it on without the wax, so should be okay because it's not spinning, it's just wax to make it easier to insert. So just like that, and then lock 136 on board number 3, bottom left. I'm not sure how to apply. So one side, and then on the other side. All right, now the wheels are spinning, we're good to go. Rear one's 2. Now we're moving on to the page number, I'm sorry, same page, but number 2. Step number 2. And step number 2, we need to check, make sure the wheels move. Spinning for spinning, this one spinning with the gears, so we're good to go. So neutral right in the middle. So it should go by itself, then front, and reverse. So I'll just leave it in the neutral right now. And then let's see. Part number 137 and 138. So we do need 6 little cutouts of the toothpicks. Here's our measuring tool. So cut off the sharp end, and then we need, that's a number 2. We need to make 6 tiny rods. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can make 5 out of 1 toothpick. 5. And we have 1 piece here. Looks like the one size I need. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess I made that one before too. And then let's see, 4 of those go into the 4 holes right here. And part number 137. 137 is on board number 7. Right? Correct. On a tiny board. The thinnest board that you can find. Remove some parts, make sure they're not on the way. so let's go insert 4 toothpicks into the rear. There's 4 little tiny holes. And then the little piece goes with VM01 towards the bottom. Goes right over this toothpicks. And so I match the hole, and I would use the tool to block the toothpick from coming out from the other side. And if it does, that means you didn't fit right into the hole. We'll do it from the top, then we'll switch it over to the bottom. Line up the helping tool. And make sure you insert that one onto the toothpick. And then you can push those a little bit further in, but that way it grabs both of the parts. And then we need part number 138, which is on board number 3, top right here. And 173 is, make sure you don't lose it. And that with the little opening towards the top where it says VM, so you see through, and insert it into the corresponding slot in the back of the back bottom of the car. Now we need the step number 3. I'm gonna put it aside, and we need part number 140, 2 of those, and 139 and 141. So both of those are on board number 3, and 140 is bottom right. Uh, 139, 141 is top, so a little above the center line to the right, and this one is a little below to the left. 139. So 139 goes on the left. There's only one way you can insert it, and make sure you insert it through the side where the hole is at. You put 140 over it. It doesn't go very well, so I use a little bit of the sanding and put a little bit of wax, and then slice right in, and then you lock it with little small toothpick that we just made, and put the toothpick kind of like a symmetrical, so it locks it on that rod. And then 140 we'll do the same thing, just on the side where the hole is, a little bit of a sanding, tiny amount of wax, and then put it on the other side, and then lock it up with a second small piece of toothpick that we just made. In the previous step. Now we need 16 rubber bands. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Almost perfect. And then we take two rubber bands, kind of made them together, and we put it through 139 is the one with the slot. put those, hook it up. One at a time. Put it like right into the slots as shown on the picture. 1 and 2. Stretch them kind of together, and then take the opposite end kind of on the same side. Try to do it on the same side and the same sequence of the rubber bands, just not to overlap them. Just like this. And then we need to do it, let's see, pretty much on all the pairs of all the openings. Alright, so we got next one we'll do the same, one of the same holes, and the other one is empty. So you can see on the picture how to insert those. So the second pair goes into one of the holes that already has a rubber band, and then the new hole. And then one more rubber band, we're doing the same thing. The way to insert it, you just stretch it out a little bit, and it should slide right in. Then I tie it up, untwist them, and go onto the other side. Same holes, and try not to, well, I'm trying not to twist the rubber band. So 1 and 2. 1 and 2. So for now, I put 4 rubber bands. Kind of straighten them out a little bit. Pull the rubber bands out so they're about the same distance. So now, as you can see, I only have 3 holes and 4 rubber bands already inserted. So I'm going into the next one. I'm actually going to do one side first, just to fill it up. And as you see, as I insert them, I pull on the rubber band so it stretches out and kind of like slides right into the hole. Almost all the way, all around. And one side is done. So now I have all these rubber bands, then I'll need to figure out which one is which. Alright, 2. Should be fairly easy to figure out which one those are. see, once again, as you hold them on one side and then you stretch them out, they just fall right into that opening. So you don't need to use like toothpicks or anything like that. So I'm holding it on one end, kind of line it with a hole. As I pull it, it just jumps right into that hole. And the last set. So you're gonna have like a bunch of rubber bands, so if you stretch them out a little bit, you see they're all nice and straight. And we're done with page number 33. So moving on to the page number 34. Let's see, we need number 4 and number 3. Those are located on board number 1. Which is on my left. And then number 3 is right here top right, and it's got 143 on the inside of that, so we'll need to pop that portion out. Once again, remember, going from front to back, just to make sure that these fibers come off not the wheel, but they come off the piece that you're removing. And then I use my file to get those out, and a little bit of a knife. To clean it up. And then number 4. And let's see, so our step number, and we need two toothpicks cut in half. Checking we're still recording, so I'm making sure I'm good. So now we need to match these. The teeth need to face counterclockwise direction. So that's the main and important point. And then we bring the toothpick from the gear towards the front, or any way you feel comfortable. So once again, the number 4 is in front, number 3 is in the back, and the teeth are facing counterclockwise direction. That's what you're looking for. And then I use my table to push on the toothpicks. You do need to have a little bit of a balancing there. And I'm doing like one side at a time, just a little bit at a time, not all 4 of them together. Once the toothpick gets a little shorter, then I can apply pressure kind of like on all 4, just to bring it over. So now we slice these toothpicks out, pre-cut and slice, clean off the surface. You can use a little bit of a toothpick, a little bit of a sandpaper to get it off. And now we insert it onto this side with a hole rather than with the slot. So when that teeth go towards the rubber bands, and you insert it right on there. So it's not going to go further because the ring's going to prevent it, but it's going to sit right there. And now we need to lock it with 142 and 143. 142 right in the middle here on board number 1. That's the last piece on board number 1 that I have left. So I'm going to get rid of it, and then 143 is the part that we just pulled out from the center of the wheel number 3. And so we do need to apply wax to that ring, which conveniently fell off just the sub-assembly that I did. So just an inside ring on 143 and 142. Those are 142 are the gears. So do my usual thing, and I'm just gonna dip them into my little tea candle. All right, one more time. Put that in. Then we have 142. That should go right, like push it as far as you can, so against the surface, and then 143 to lock it up. And then that, with the rod, goes towards the back of the car, and the other part towards the front. You put those in. Can't push those out yet, but if you hold them, the part should fit right in there too. Let's see, and then we're last part of the wheel. We're doing 144, which is on board number 4. Tap. Then 145. Don't forget to measure the slots. And then 132. Right on top there. So 144, make sure you match the center hole. It should be rectangular. And then 132 to lock that whole thing up, like outside of the tire. And then we snap off the toothpicks. Alright, we're done with that. Page number 134 is done. Page number 35. We need part number 136, which is on board number 6. Right at the center here. And then we put that wheel, so I'll hold that sub-assembly, put it right into the slots first. Here you go. Then you put the wheel on. As far as it can go. And then you lock it with 136 with the bolts on the outside. Need a little bit, probably a little bit of a wax on there. To start it off. just need to get it right into that hole. So just lock it in place, and then 136 step number 2 is done. Moving on to the step number 3, we need part number 146 and 147. So 146, they're both on board number 6. And let's see, my apologies, on board number 7. So 147 is top right here. And 146 in the bottom. Left. And then we do need a little bit of wax there, and then on the front surface of 147. Now 146 goes first, right inside there, and 147 on top. Kind of jumping off, so I can't do anything else. And this time I'll put I'll just let it sit right now. Let's see, we need to prepare part number 148, which is right here on board number 6, right at the center. And then 149, which is on board number 6, was in my case right at the top, but I don't have that top anymore, so it's got to be somewhere within my gears. Here you go, 149, push it out. And then we'll need to prepare a toothpick with a size number 2, because it's going to be hard to get in there. So toothpick is ready, everything is ready and prepared. 48 need to push those out. So I'm using my little helping tool, which should help you like snap them right out. And there's like a little connection point, which I would just slight touch of the sandpaper or file, just to get that connection point off, so they're going to be nice and smooth. Not that they are already, but just in case, make sure you don't lose them. Alright, and now back to the assembly. So I'm going to hold the assembly, put one piece number 147 in there, kind of hold the car vertically and insert all the little bearings. I probably need tweezers for that. Twizzlers. And I'm gonna spin a little bit just to get the axis. And guess what? We do need, well, there's some, because as I was applying wax, it did get into the holes, so there's some wax in those holes already, where I'm putting the little cylinder bearings. I'm holding that rubber band assembly on the bottom, and then number 149, I need to dip into the candle wax a little bit, and then that goes over sub-assembly and line up with the gears that are already installed. And then the little toothpick that we just pre-cut goes right into that little tiny hole to lock the whole assembly up. And you need to push it kind of like symmetrical, so it's sticking out symmetrical so it doesn't fall apart. And that's it, our sub-assembly is complete. The rubber bands will adjust as we go. And let's see. So we're done with 35, and that should move. As you can see, it moves fairly easy, especially when I put it on a neutral. And it does move the engine too. Alright, so our engine is ready. Moving on to page number 36. And we need part number 151 and 150. Now 150 will be on board number 5, and 151 is from board number 7. Uh, 150 is to the left, a little below the center line. And then we need 3 toothpicks, or 3 halves. I got 2 long ones here already. 4. Actually, I got all 3. So I don't need anything extra. It goes from the back of 150. And then 151 right on top. So our instrument cluster, let me remove a little bit of a wax that gets stuck. And push them all the way in. And then cut off the toothpicks. Careful with the knife. Alright, so put it aside, and then we need step number 3 is part number 152, 153, and 154. They all on board number 5. So 152. Oh, I'm sorry, 153 and 154 are on board number 6. They're bottom left here. Careful with these parts. I'm going to use my X-Acto knife to pre-cut. They don't want to come out very easy. So sometimes the humidity level will affect the wood a little bit, and it doesn't come out as easy as it should be, but there's nothing that X-Acto knife cannot do. So I'm just finding the connection points, and I'm cutting those, pre-cutting those off a little bit, just to get the part out. It's easier. So we need 154s out and 153. 2 more toothpicks, so I'm gonna take one, snap it in half. And let's see, so 152, it's with a little tab here. 153 is the one without the tab. And then 154 is the one with a smaller tab in the back and a hole. So and the 2 toothpicks go through the outer holes. One and 2. And then the instrument cluster right on top of it. Let's see, do we need to, yeah, we need to snap off the toothpicks. And then we need 2 numbers 155, which is on board number 5. And the top left, like halfway above the center line to the top. And then 155, so with these all cutouts going towards the back and that slot towards the top, they go right. Let's say put it on to the 51. 51, 150, 51 subassembly, and then you put it on to the (152, 153, 154 subassembly, just like this. Make sure they sit all the way down, and you got a little cluster here. Sitting subassembly completed. Next we need part number 157, which is on board number 5 also, right here. And then I'm going to pre-cut this one too. So find the connection points, apply pressure with X-Acto knife. And it should snap up, or pull out very easy after you snap the points. Now 158 is also on the same board, kind of almost in the center to the towards the bottom there. And then number 2, which need to find some. They're on the board number 6, and we need 3 number 2s right here. There's also a spare 148, and that little piece that's on off of board number 6, top left. And we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, number 27th. Got 2 extra ones on here, so they're probably going to get used later on. And let's see. So we need, with this little rod, 1 number 2 goes on the back here. There's going to be that it's going to fit on, with a little slot matching the side of the cutout. And then we need to give a little sanding to the longer rod on the other side and put wax on there, just a tiny bit, so it moves on much easier. So first you put a 158 on here with the round hole onto the rod, and then make sure you put it the right way so all these tabs are facing away from you. I almost made that mistake just right now. And then one number 2. That actually should go all the way down, and then 158 is going to go over it. So we need to put a little bit of wax on it. Then 27s. Make sure that 58 is free moving, and then number 2 is locking up on the other side. And then put a little bit of wax on that too. And then put the wax on the number 2 from the other side. And that goes from the back of that cluster gate. And then number 2, make sure it fits into the hole there. Then we put 2 number 27s that are the ones that were left. As far as they can go. So they should move fairly easy. And then the steering wheel, 159. Goes right on top. Obviously with all the decorations from the front. It should go only one way. Make sure this is facing down, so that's how the steering wheel will go on. And we're done with page number 36. Moving on to the page number 37. And we put that cluster aside for now. Take the car. We need part number 160. And that would be on board number 3. So there's 160 is on the right side. It's a long piece, so careful pushing it out. Make sure you apply pressure at the connection points to make it come out much easier. And then we need 6 3/4 toothpicks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Not sure if we need the shorter piece or the longer pieces. I'll try to make them all the same. Be hard, but it's worth a try. Still writing, which is good. Let's see. So the end of the toothpick, the flat end, goes into the hole. on the car, one in the back here. One at the top, almost right above the wheel. And one in the front here. There's, we're working with the right side right now. And then the pitch 160 goes right into those toothpicks. Make sure they're all are on, and you push it as far as it can go. Oh, and there's one more, which is kind of hard to see. It's the very top one. Wait a second. I guess that one we were not supposed to cut off back when? But I do have a little bit of it sticking out, or you can just push it out all together. And that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna use a smaller toothpick. And I'm gonna, maybe not. I'm gonna use toothpick and push the other one out. Or try to push it out. Let me see just a sec. I want to make sure yeah, you're not supposed to cut off that piece. So that was on page 31. I missed it completely. And I did snap it off. So now I need to fix it. And the way to fix it is to get the toothpick out. So I push it out on both sides. This toothpick we can push out from here, from the other side. There you go, take it out. Alright, and now let's see, just a second. Oh, alright, I think I need to backtrack a little bit. Let me just double check before we go any further. Let's see. Alright, so I need to backtrack to page number 31 because I did forget to insert part number 127. So I'm gonna go back there. Need to remove this bracket that I just put on. Let's see. These two toothpicks can come out. Those are the ones that are holding that part that we inserted on step 1 on page 31. And, let's see, that toothpick is out. Then I can take this out. Alright. And then part number 127 is located on board number 3, right at the top. So let's see, the one with the little hook here goes all the way to the top, and then we need to put the toothpicks back in, at least the top two. Alrighty, and then the other side. Same thing with the hook towards the top. So it's matching the shape. There you go. Good thing we didn't get too far on that. Now we need those larger toothpick. I'm gonna take one from there, cut it in half, and I need to reinsert it in the bottom holes here. As we need it sticking out. Just need to find those holes, and we're good to go. Alright, now we can come back to this sub-assembly. So we'll do it one more time. Put the toothpicks back in. Should be total of 4. And we're back to page number, let's see, back to page number 37. So I'm right here now, step 1, part number 160. That's where it goes through the toothpicks. Toothpicks go through the holes, all 4 of them. Just like that. And then it shows to slice out the ones that we just put in. So the ones two in the front, just cut them off. All right, that's step number 2. And step number 3, we put part number 161. 3 more toothpicks on the other side. So it's the same drill. We got 2 toothpick up front and two in the back. And then we need part number 161, which is on the same board, number 3, and it's on the one on the left. Make sure all the toothpicks fit. And the part is pushed all the way to the body of the car. Same thing here. Just snip off the 2 that are up front. As you can see, I just broke them off, and now we put the little sub-assembly that we did with the cluster, instrument cluster, put it right in the front of the engine. So let's see, the steering column, okay, that one goes into that slot. Alright, so the two things that we need to fit. So this little guy number 2, there's a hole in the engine, so we need to put it in there, and then the bottom portion fits into the steering wheel. There's a little slot there, and then this slot right here with the 2 little dashes next to them, it goes right in the middle here by the also by the front of the engine. So those are the 2 things that we need to fit in. And then the sides gonna go fit into their own little holes also. I need to figure out how to fit it in. Oop, that's too far. Center is done, the one flat slots fit in there, steering column also fits. These can be pushed down, and these can go down. So now everything just should fit right into the place. Make sure you snap all the connections in place. Check the steering. A little tight. I need to work it up a little bit. All right. Let's see, we need 2 more toothpicks cut in half. And those go in the front holes of 160 and 161. There's 2 holes in the front, not the one that we broke off, but the other ones. And moving on to the page number 38. Let's see, we need 162 on the left side. Let's start with the left side. 162. That's on the board number 3. And 163 goes on the other side. And 162 on the left. Make sure you go through all the toothpicks. And fit the part all the way to the body. 163 pulled out, so it's gonna go on the other side. Since it's already out, so I don't want to lose it and mix up the numbers and stuff. So that one goes on the other side. All the way in until everything snaps in. Alright, then 164, two of them. And 164 can be found on board number 2. One on the left, one on the right. So it doesn't matter because they're the same part number, so it doesn't matter which one goes where. Just make sure you put them on the toothpicks. And insert them all the way to the body. The next one is 165, is on the same board, right in the center. Same thing, doesn't matter, on both sides is the same. And then 166, also same on both sides. We're done with board number 2. 166 is on board number 6. And then 167 is on the left side, which is also on board number 6. And then 168 is on the other side, and that one would be on board number 5. So we got all the step number 1 is all done, and step number 2 is to cut off these toothpicks. So pre-cut, snap off, pre-cut, snap off, pre-cut, snap. snap. And moving on to the page number 39. Okay, page 39, we need step 1, part number 169-170. Let's see, 170 is on board number 5, bottom right here, next to little wings, I guess, or whatever it is, doors. And once again, if the part doesn't come out very easy, use the X-Acto knife, pre-cut the connection points, and it should come right out, as long as you cut all the points out. Alright, then part 169 is on a thin board. It's part like this. There's some additional parts on there, so you can take that portion off. And I would do from the back towards the front. So that's, let's see, 169 goes right on top, cover, trunk. Snap it on, push it all the way down, and then with the V models facing you, part 170 goes right on top of that. Push it as far as it can go. You should be good. Then we need part 170 and 172. 172 is on board number 6. Board number 6, there's one right here, a little bit below the center line to the right, and the other one is almost all the way at the bottom, also to the right. And then these go in the back here, a little bumper, so with the tab facing down on the bottom there, put the parts in as far as they can go. And then 171, those are located on, let's see, kind of hard to see on the pictures. They're on board number 6, right at the center, vertical center, a little bit above the middle center line of the middle center line. So just push these out. You can use the helping tool to get those out. And that's our rear lights. So those go right into the wings with a hole at the top. Snap it in. And on the other side, and make sure the circles are facing outward. Otherwise, you're just going to have a hole, not going to look as pretty. Shave it off top a little bit. It doesn't fit very easy. Just a tiny bit. It's just like that. Nice and perfect. Step 2 is part number 173, located on board number 3. And let's see, we already have that part out, so it should be laying somewhere on my table. It's right here. And then 174, which should be, let's see, board number 6, top right here. So I'm gonna use the tool for that one. I'll push it out, and then with the letters on the left, this one, the little that's a handbrake, the little arm facing forward, just insert it into that part. Make sure you don't break it. It's 173. And then that part, we take the car, and that if the car facing forward away from you, the little handbrake goes to the right. You insert it through the lever, gear shifter, and then you rotate it clockwise and fit it into the corresponding spots. And it should go right in there. Snap those in. Lift the car up a little bit and go support it from the back. And push those as far as they can go. Just like that. And now we're assembling the seats. It's step number 5. Let's see, the seats are on board number 6, right in the middle here, a little above the center line to the right. So here's one and a second one, and we need the lumbar support and side supports, I guess, 176, 177. Those are on the same board, a little bit above the seats, so 177 on the inner side. And 176 on the outer side. 176 is at the top here. And I'm gonna pre-cut those out because these are not popping out as easy. $176, that's our outer. So with the sharp point facing up, same thing on the 177. Careful, these parts are fairly fragile. And same thing on the other side. So I'm gonna put those in, push it in all the way in at the edge, and then you push them from the side in. That way you're not risking as much of breaking it. So once again, you insert it from the front face, kind of like on the side, and then push it in towards the center, just like that. And there's 2 seats. Once again, 160, that tab should be on the outer side, insert it. Let's see. Insert those in the corresponding holes for the rear seats, and just like that. So they move a little bit front and back, and they shouldn't come out. Alright, moving on to the page 40. Page 40, assembly, step 1, 178, 179, 178. And that those are on board number 4. And we already pop them out because they were part of the wheel. So here's 178. We need 4 times the assembly, so we need 8 of these. So we can pop all of them out. And discard of the little circle that you got left, so it's not on your way. 2, 3, 4, and then another one. Same thing, it was inside the wheel, so here's 4 and 4. And then 170, 179. That one's located on board number 4, in between the wheels. So that's going to be the last 4 pieces on that board, and we can discard of the board finally. So I'm applying a little bit of a pressure to get them separated from the board, and then use the tool just to pop them out. Alright, and now we need 2 toothpicks cut in half. And then we go 178 with the all holes should be matching, 179 and 178. So they all on these little 2 openings are on the same side, and then you push the toothpick through. That's our hinges for the doors. So the parts should be freely moving. Alright, I didn't insert that one correctly, so there's one more little point. There's a little tab. So that tab should be towards the top. So now we have 178 facing up, to the left and up, that little hole. The 179 goes the opening to the left, and the tab to the top right. Up and right on the right side. And then another 178, same way as the other one, the first one. So it's a key part. So once again, 178, then one with the 179 with the tab, with a little chamfer facing to the right top. And then 178 to close it out. because my toothpick broke, but it broke where it's thick enough to keep the parts together, so I'm not gonna worry about that. And then one last one. Double checking the tabs or chamfers. Alright, and now the step number 2 is just to slice off the toothpick, sharp end. Now we need the doors, 170, 180 and 181. So 181, they're on the board number 5, bottom right. So this is 180, gonna be on the left, 181 on the right. And now we need to, let's see, make sure that we inserted the correct way. So the portion that goes in there is 179, and you need to make sure that 178 are facing the way that is shown in the picture. In my case, the little opening is closer to me and to the right. So insert it into the bottom until it snaps, and top, as far as it can go. Same thing on the other side, except facing mirror side, or mirror image. So the tab or the opening is closer to me and facing left. Alright, then now we install the doors. We have 181 on the right, 180 on the left. The car facing forward, so 181 on the left, and the 180 on the, 180 on the left and 181 on the right, and then you match it on that wall. And insert as far as they can go. Same thing on the other side. I'll open it up and insert it from the left onto the pillar, just like that. So now you got 2 doors which open and close. We're done with step number 4. Moving on to step number 1 on the bottom of the page. We need 6 toothpicks cut into the size number 2 from our measuring device. Helping tool. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna put that toothpick aside. Need 1 more. Cut off the end, so it's only thick point. 5 and 6. And now we need parts number 187, 186, and 185. 185, 186, 187. They can be found on board number 6. There's we need 2 of those sub-assemblies, so it's 2 186, 1 and 2, 187 is going to be on the same board, and it's going to be to the left right here, a little bit above the center line, midpoint to the left. That's 187, and then 185 is going to be top right here. So now we use these little tiny pieces that we just assembled. One goes in the middle of the 185. Very tight. And then 186 goes right behind it, so make sure the little circular marks are on the outside, and then from the back 186, and then you stick it, you put a toothpick right in the middle hole, and I would push it against the flat surface so that's easier to insert. Then you use two other little pieces and insert it in the other two holes that are on 186, and then 187 goes in the back with the two outer holes lined up. And push it in. Now need half of the toothpick. We need to cut in half 3 of those. 1, 2, 3. Now if you start running out of toothpicks, no worries, it's just a regular toothpick that you can get at any store. It's a regular 2-point toothpick, so just convenience store, Target. That's my preference. Usually I buy it at Target because it's generic brand at Target. 800 toothpicks for like $2, and last me forever. Obviously because I use them as spares, and they're fairly decent quality. Alright, so now we need parts number 188, 189, and 190. They're on board number 6 to the left. So there's two 188s. That goes first, then 189, a little smaller. That goes second, and 190. The smallest of them 3 go last, and then you just insert them in the same direction as part number 187 and push it all the way adjacent to it, so they touch and save surface to surface. And then we slice off the toothpick. Pre-cut, break it off. Alright, we got the first one. Now we got the second sub-assembly, 185. Little toothpick. And then 186. And then two toothpicks on the outside. And then covered with 187. That was step number 1. And now step number 2, we insert one of the half toothpicks into the center hole, and then you got 188, 189, and 190. And we cut the toothpick off. And mine flew somewhere. and now we need parts number 113, 182, and 183. Those can be found on board number 6, somewhere on the top. So there was like one part that we removed some time ago. I got 182 and 113 on it, and it looks like 183 is on the thinner board. So let's see, 182, 113. Now we need two of those, two of each. And then 183, we just lost the board. Is on a thin board, board number 7. And they're right here on the bottom. There's a spare 183s right here at the center in case if you break one, because they are tiny and very thin. Now we need a toothpick that goes through 113, 182. Push them down as far, not too far, but enough you can cut it off on both sides. And then 183. And same thing with the other one. 113. 182, 183, and then we're gonna cut off the edges of the toothpick, pre-cut, and snip. Same thing on the second one, pre-cut, and snip. Moving on to page 41. And step number 1, we need 182, 184. 182 will be on board number not sure. All right, they're on board number 6. A little below center to the right, very similar to one. Yeah, same part number. And then 184s are also on the thin board to the left of the 183. And here, toothpick goes through 182, and then 184 with the little nice design goes face out. And then we cut off extra toothpick. Alright, make it nice and clean. Or you can push it all the way down until the toothpick is flat on the back, and then just cut off the front portion. Okay, now step number 2, assembly of these pieces. So the long one goes right at the middle hole, so it's going to be pushed against the face here. both sides, right and left. Insert it until it touches the surface. Then let's see, the one that we just did with the 184 with the larger one, they go right below these two headlights in the corresponding holes. And then the little ones with the design towards the front, they go onto the, what is it, wheel wings or wells. To the left and right. So we're done with step number 2. Step number 3, we need parts 191, 192. And those can be found on board number 5. Now bottom right here, right at the center is 191. Careful pushing it out because it's a little bit of a flexible part. And then 192 going to be on board number 6, a little above center to the right. And let's see, 191 goes in first. So I'll put it on one tab, then kind of like bend it around and snap it onto the other tab. Like that, so it's nice license plate there. And then 192 with a thicker portion towards the top. It's our bumper. Goes in a corresponding little on the sides of the bumper, just like that. That's step number 3. Step number 4, we need to assemble part number 194, 193, and 195. So we take another toothpick, we have a couple here, and we pre-cut them to size number 2 again. And let's see, 194, 195, they're on board number 5. And 195 is right here, right at the center to the right. It says 21 feet, or 25 dash apostrophes. So that's a pretty delicate part, so careful pushing it out. 194 would be, let's see, .194 is on board number 4, and one of the wheel centers. It says 21 on it also. And then 195. Which we just pulled out. So I'm looking for 193 now. 193 is the top right corner of board number 5. So same thing, fairly fragile piece. Probably gonna flip it over and just see where the connection points are at. And then push it out. Alright, now assembly. It says 22 on it. With the 22 on the left side, 194 is gonna go through the, let's see, bottom hole with the tab facing towards me, to the right, and then you use one of the little pieces that we just made, push it through number 21, and then insert it into the hole. Gonna level it out a little bit, and then that 195 will go with the 21 facing down. We insert 2 more through the center hole here next to 21 dash, and then 1 through the hole on the left, and those go through the 2 corresponding holes on part number 193, and our subassembly is done. Now we need part number 197, which was on board number 2. It fell out sometime, no, that's not the one, that's 198. 197 would be on board number 5, right here, towards the right, almost in the middle. And then 196. 196 would be on board number 5, next to 193 in the top right, top left corner. Alright, so that one, first we need to take 197 with the one opening towards the left, and so it's sequence 1, 3, 2. So the 1 is on the left. We insert part number 194 with a little tap in the center, like right where the 3 openings are, at the bottom one. Bottom opening, and push it as far as you can. And then part number 196, which says 20 on it, kind of to match the shape with the bottom bottom tab, goes right into the opening that's a single one, and then push it in as far as it can go. Alright, and then we take 198, let's see, turn it around, actually no, keep it the same way, and then there is like 3 little tabs here, and actually with a longer piece facing towards you, inserting it from the left, that goes into the where it says number 20 at the bottom, 2 bottom white ones. So those tabs go into the 2 bottom ones. Pretty easy. Then we move on to page number 42. Here we insert 199, which is on one of the wheel centers on board number 4. It says number 19 on it. And that goes into that left piece with the 19 facing to facing down. It goes into the bottom, the most bottom hole that you can see. So that's going to be center of the 3 center ones. And then insert it, push it in as far as it can go. And then we need part number 200, which is on board number 5, and 200, let's see if I can find it very easy. $200 is right here, so it's in center to the right a little bit in the cluster, bottom cluster here of the parts. It also says number 19 on there. And that goes on the most bottom hole of that long piece. Now part number 201, same board number 5, and 201 should say 18. No, it doesn't. It's 227 that says 18. So port number 201 should say 18. That's not that piece. Let's see, 201's right here, so there's another piece that says 18. It's center line to the left, vertical center line to the left, almost all the way to the top. A bit confusing there. And that one goes in the bottom hole here, most bottom holes on both sides. So it's just a sequence. So it's inserted. That's going to be a little tough one, but it's somewhat flexible. So we try to put it into the right above. And then flex it out a little bit to get it into the part on the left. Push it in as far as it can go, and then push it into the hole in the other piece, just like that. And then part number 202, which also should be within one of the wheels. And it says number 17 on it. Most bottom hole on the left. My tool to push it in because it's a fairly small part. And then part number 203, which is let's see, where's our number part? Part number 203. It's to the right of the center line. That one goes in the bottom hole of the right piece. Then part number 204, and 204 is bottom center. Same thing as with part number 201, we need to insert it in on the side of longer piece first. Then flex it out a little bit. Can insert it further as far as it can go, and then we put it into the corresponding hole there. So we're done with that side. Now part number 205. 205 is to the left, bottommost of the cluster. Says number 15 on it, bottommost hole on the right. 206 and 207. 206 is number 14, is a little bit to the right, at the top right of the center line. And 207 would be top to the right a little bit. It says number 13 on there, to the right of the center line. That's 207. Then we're gonna need 208, 209. Might as well just pull those out. 208 is right at the center here, top. 209 Can't find 209. 209 has number 11 on it. It's a lot of pieces. It's either I'm blind or it's somewhere else. That one, out, 212, 24. Then it has to be in one of the inner circle ones. Yes, it is. Inner wheel part. 211, also on inside of one of the wheels from board number 4. Alright, let's get those in. So we start with 206, 207, 208, 209. Now we need part number 210, which is on board number 5 right at the center here. And then with the 2 rectangular cutouts facing to the top and left, we insert it right onto the 2 little tabs that we just created with the 208 and 209. And let's see, first we need to put a 211 into it, and 211 is gonna go in the second hole from the bottom to the left on the centerpiece. So we put 211 first. And then the bottom 2 parts, they're gonna go onto the 208 and 209. They're a little bit under the angle because there's a part sticking out. So as you bring it in, 211 needs to go slightly down after you snap those on. And now we put a 212 and 213. They're also inside the wheels. Should be inside the wheels. No. 212 is on board number 5, top right, bottommost cluster here, right at the center. That's our 212. And then 213 is to the left of the center line, right underneath the number 5. So 212 goes into the bottommost. And then 213 right above that. Moving on to page number 43. I got parts number 214. That's on the inside of the one of the wheels. And 215 is also on the inside of one of the wheels. That's step number 1 on page number 43. So all my numbers are facing up, and I'm just inserting those in the holes from the bottom to the top. Now step number 2 is 216 to 17. 216 also inside the wheel center. And 216 goes in first. Then 217 goes in second. And then 218 and 219. We're just going in sequence. 218 is going to be on board number 5, right at the center here. And that little hook goes right in the center, like this. I guess through the, so the numbers should face the same way. Make sure they do. And then 219 to close it up. That's on one of the wheel insides of board number 4. Same thing, number facing the same direction. Make sure it goes all the way in. And then part number 220 on one of the centers of the wheels from board number 4. Goes on the top, kind of matching the same shape. And then we need to put two toothpicks in there. I'm just gonna cut one in half, just like I said. I'm not sure if I'm gonna need extra length or not. So just cut one in half. And then put in 2 toothpicks with the pointy part facing up. So just give it a little bit extra length there on the back. Careful not to break the full assembly, and then you push the 220 down to the face. Alright, we're done with that sub-assembly. Now we're go into the step number 1 on the bottom there, page 43. Same thing, we need 2 pre-cut. So it's the same thing, except we're going to be making a mirror image of what we just made. Make sure you insert all the parts in sequence, and we need 3 number 2s. It's number 2 size toothpicks. Parts number 221, 222, and 223. Board number 5. 222 is right at the top there. 221. Top right. And 220. There's 221. 222 we have, and 223 one of the centers of the wheels. Let's see, it says 21 on it. Right, same sequence except facing to the right now. 223 on the right, going in the bottom hole there with a small toothpick that we just pre-cut. Tab facing towards inside. The second toothpick and the third goes next to 22, and then one right in the middle one, and then we put a part number 222. It says 21 on it to match the shape onto those little toothpicks. Now we need part number 197, which is on board number 5. At the center here, to the right. Let's see, with the one rectangle facing you to the bottom. Then that gets inserted onto the part number 223. No, bottommost. The 223, part number 223 goes on the bottommost. And actually, they recommend to put 224 first. So let's do 224. And 224 should be on board number 5, bottom right of the full cluster. And 20 facing up towards you. We use the single rectangle cut out is towards you, and that's where the bottom tab of that goes in, all the way in, and then we put that sub-assembly in the bottommost hole with the part number 223. Now we need part number 198, which was from board number 2, and with the shorter piece facing to the right, bottommost, go into the little tabs in the center here. Now we need part number 225. There's going to be another one that I'm going to be looking forever. .225 bottom right now, the only part there. That goes from the top here, number 19 next to right above 20. And then we need part number 226, which is inside of one of the wheel centers. It says number 19, tiny little part. That goes into the shorter piece, 197. Now number 227. Right at the center here, it says number 18. That goes once again from the longer piece, insert it first, kind of start it up, pull it back a little bit, then complete the insertion, and then squeeze it into the shorter piece, 197. Moving on to page number 44. Step 1 is piece number 228 and 229. So 228 is going to be right at the center here. It says number 17. And 229 is a little one piece on one of the wheel centers from board number 4. So 228 goes into the taller piece, 198. And then number 229 with the 17 facing U, bottommost of 197. And I'm going to use once again the tool here to push that all the way in, because it's a tiny part. Now we need 230, and 230 is to the left, most left part right now of that cluster that we got left. You can kind of break off some pieces already. And that one is the same thing. We insert is a number 227, I think. Insert it into the larger first, and pull it back a little bit to get it into 197. Finish up on 198, and then insert into 197. Just like that. Step number 3, part number 231. 231 is going to be 232, 231 to the right, number 15. And then 232 and 233. 232, 233 is it to the right here? 232, number 14 to the left. 232, 233. 232 goes in first. And then 233 with number 13 on it. Alright, number 234, 235, those are shorter, so 235 is on insert center of one of the wheels from board number 4, and then 234 top right, all the way to the right. So 234 first, 235 second. Now we need to put parts number 236. It will be on board 5, right at the center top. And board 6 has part number 210, bottom right. So we take that part 210 and we take 136. 136 goes into the let's see, trace it. Bottom two, so it's a second hole on the middle piece, second hole from the bottom. That's where part number 236 goes, and then you put it on. You put 210 onto the bottom two tabs that we just made, and kind of have to do it under the angle a little bit for 236 snap into place. Alright, and then we need 237, 238, 237 on the inside of one of the wheels from board number 4. And then 238 is also on the inside of one of the wheels. Right above. 239, 240. Same thing on the inside of the wheels. 239. That's 240. 239 numbered, so they're all numbered, so it's easier for you to sequence them. $241, $242. I got 242 and 241. All of them are on the side of the wheels. $243, $244, $243 on the inside of the wheel. That's number 3. And 244 is on board number 5. And that goes on inside with the number facing the same as number 3. As far as it can go. Moving on to page number 45. Another toothpick cut in half. We need part number 245. Wheel center from board number 4. And then we put the toothpick through it with the facing the same outline. Push it through a little further so you can insert it into the previous part. And then once you get it all the way down, just push part number 245 down. Now we need to snap off these toothpicks. Just break them off, and I'll put a little sanding to it, either sandpaper or file, just to make them flat. And same thing on the other sub-assembly that we just did. And just break them off and put a little sanding. I am providing a little bit of support when I'm breaking it off, so I'm not breaking off any other parts. No. Okay. Now we need another toothpick. And we need to connect these two. So they should be a little bit offset. And we insert the toothpick, I'm gonna put them on the table, from the top with a sharp point down through the top two. Oops. And then we use the, once you get the toothpick, careful, you need to do a little bit of a leverage there. With your fingers, make sure you don't cut, and we need to use the balancing. I'm using right now size number 2. I switch over to number 1, and then it has to stick out a little bit just for the size number 1. And then another toothpick from the back. And same thing here. I'm gonna hold a little bit not to break the parts off. I'm using my hand tool. Size number 3 first to push it down, number 2 push it down, number 1 push it down, and it should stick out for number 1. We leave the toothpicks as is, and now insert that hood assembly. There's a hole here in the center, and there's another hole in the front. So insert it into this back one or center one first, and then we push it in one. Into the front one. Let's see, just like that. And then which one is front and which one is rear? Alright, so we need to push the front one to get inserted into the hole there. Alright, I'm gonna need to lift it up a little bit, because the toothpick is too long and I can't push on it with anything. I'm gonna break off the sharp point of it, reinsert it back, and use my tool to guide it a little bit and to insert it into the hole. So I'm pushing it back into the front, and pushing it into the front of the car, so the toothpick goes inside the hole. Too far. As you see, it popped out right in the center, and we're gonna push it back a little bit so it's nice and flush, and then we just cut it off. You don't have to cut it off all the way, just a little bit left. So I just pre-cut and snap it. And cut that portion off too. ones are already pre-cut, so it should be good. And we're done with page number 45. Moving on to the page number 46, and we need part number 246, which is on board number 6 to the right. This to cover up our engine. And there's like a little wave, so that wave goes towards the cabin of the car. We'll have to push it down towards the cabin in order to insert the front portion of it, so it kind of like separates a little bit for the hood to open up a little bit easier. It's not inserted completely. I guess that's the reason why it's at that side first. Alright, we'll need to pop it off. Somehow. Alright, so center. One in the center, closer to the cabin, you insert first, as far as it can go. Push it back a little bit and insert the front. Still not enough. Let's pop it back up. Different route. I'm gonna insert it so it's all the way down from the front towards the cabin. Then you push it and insert the front. Here you go. Now it opens up. Okay. Checking if everything's operational. Step number 2 is we need part number 240, 247. They're on board number 6, bottom a little below center line. So that's 247 goes on to the driver's side and into the door. And then the 248 goes into the passenger side, into the door. Make sure you insert it all the way to the end. Slur mirrors. And then the last piece is part number 249, also on board number 6. Doesn't matter which direction goes. That's our windshield. Goes into the openings here for the cabin. All right, and I need to trace back a little bit. Looks like I forgot to insert one more part. So it's page number 36, part number 156. And the reason why I noticed that is because I have one part left on the board number 5, and I was wondering where's it gonna go. But so that piece goes into the instrument cluster from the bottom there, which I can stick my fingers in there, hopefully, and open the door. Yeah, and I can still insert it in there. Probably need a Twizzlers. Oh, there's a hole. Perfect. I can stick my finger through there, wiggle it around. I guess I can notify engineers that that part is not really needed because, well, I haven't checked if the model is operational yet. Let's see if I can access it. There you go. Now it's better light. Yep. I'm trying to wiggle the part in where it's supposed to go. It's supposed to provide support for the instrument cluster that we've built, just to make sure, I guess, that it doesn't fall apart. Easy. Almost there. Here you go. Got it in and pushed it in. So we're all good to go now. No more missing parts. Double check my boards again. I got additional part number 136 on board number 5. I got nothing on board number 6. Board number 3 has additional part number 2 and 55. And then board number 7's got additional part number 183. Also from one of the boards I got 148, just one little piece. So, and then 113 on one of the boards. And also from number 7 there's 184, 2 parts. So some additional parts, not too many, not like a Grand Prix car, but shouldn't be breaking too many. But in case if you do, don't forget you can always contact us at info@ugears.us, and we can replace the part for you, or we can order one from the manufacturer if you didn't buy it from us. The part replacement is no charge, but if you didn't buy it from us, I can once again order it either from the manufacturer or a small shipping fee of $3.50. I can ship it from the US warehouse. You'll get it a little faster. It's about 3-4 days normally. Might be a little bit longer depending on the post office. Well, in either case, we got our car completed. A little Roadster, page number 46, step 1 of checking to make sure that everything works. So go here, we can move that front and back. That should go and switch easy. that's our gear shifter. Go front, go back, front, back. That should go simple. Check if there's any interference. So this should go front and back. So it's all good. Now we check push the so if you the car facing to the right lever you push down towards you and left away from you. So that one should stay down and the left should stay up. And then we do about 30 turns clockwise if you're gonna look in from the wheel. That's step number 3, onto the wheels. About 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. You can do a little more. So that's a half turn, so about 15 full turns. Now we're going into the step number 4. And make sure that the rear wheels are not locked. So we need to set it into the neutral. Right, and then once we move it to the drive, so we can either move the centerpiece or you can move the bottom here. Centerpiece is a little hard, so if it doesn't move all the way to the front, just rotate the wheels a little bit. It should go right in, all the way in. So that's forward. We're in a forward gear, and then we'll snap the one that is sticking up, the little controller, and the car should drive. A little slow at first because we do have a lot of friction built in, but it's gonna work itself in and then eventually start drive faster. Now let's see, let's do it again. So we switched the one closer to the cabin, you push towards yourself, the other one pops up, lock it up, and then 1, 2, 30 times, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. So I'm gonna move the lever back a little bit, so I need to spin the wheels and then release it. It should go in reverse, much better. Check the engine, push the valves back and forth a little bit so they're gonna operate. Looks all good. Then we do have a slow mode and fast mode. So slow mode, we got 2 paddles in there. Once again, lock it up, push towards yourself, and should lock. So slow-mo, if you push a brake pedal, the one to the left, that should go slower. And that's pushing all the way to the little cylinder here, that little tab, I should say. And now we try one more time on a fast mode. Push the gas pedal in. You need to release that tab. Moving it into the neutral. Checking if it looks like only slow mode is working. Alright, so you might want to help yourself a little bit. On the bottom here, there's a little tab that is pushing when you press the brake pedal. Push down, so that's sub-assembly, so it's a slow mode. Now if you want to do the fast mode, there's a gas pedal, so you push on the gas pedal. Oh, it works now, and it should move away from that little cylinder, kind of lift the whole assembly up. And now if I'm gonna release, put it in drive or reverse, put it in drive, if I'm gonna release the brake, it should move much faster, and it does. So it flies. Alright, our car is ready. Looks like it's operational. It is a little slow in the beginning, but then the more you play with it, the faster it's going to become. If you waxed everything properly, cleaned everything properly, then it should be all good. And then the car should go pretty fast in and out the frame. If there are any questions about the assembly, feel free to leave them below in the comment section of this YouTube video. You can also send us email at info@ugears.us. If I can't answer the question, I will forward it to the manufacturer, but majority of the part I can answer anything or almost everything. And as you can see, I do have a little experience or some experience with the models, and I can see what they're doing and how certain things can be fixed if you got stuck in one of the portions of the assembly. Replacement parts, you can check it out on email at info@ugears.us, or you can check out the policy on our website ugears.us. Once again, feel free to send any questions, either email or comments below. Thank you for being with us. We'll get a new video pretty soon, and next one I'm going to be doing a windmill assembly, so that's the video that's going to be next. I'll see you guys later, and leave any comments below. Thank you. Bye.